Hey, pre-notification gang. Yeah, just took a shower. Hey, Scoots. Thanks for the resub, random. Do more stream donations? Maybe. Do I hate you? No. You seem like a nice guy, and you've been very generous. Why would I hate you? Why did you do something? You confessing to a crime? Thanks for the resub, rag. It's no reason for hate then, stupid. Play Super Mario Sunshine. I might. It won't be tonight, but in general I might. I've been wanting to play more of the classics after playing G-Force. I'll be doing chess later. I've got a date with Daniel. That'll be in like another hour. Play the impossible game? Nah. Welcome to the Thunderdome then, Pacific. Well, that was wholesome. Thanks, Fluster. Shit's getting weird, bro. Why? What happened? Did your friends just discover synthetic marijuana or something? Because that shit will get weird real quick. I'm not greasy, I just got out of the fucking shower. Hey, Chase. Thanks for the gift sub, Big. Oh, thanks, Chase. Thanks for the tier 1 Glefty. And the tier 1 Fancy. No shower pics? Not yet. We haven't gotten desperate enough for OnlyFans shower pics yet. But maybe. Thanks, War. Appreciate the dollar. And the resub, Nate. Yeah, we got chess in an hour. But I figured just kick back until then. Thanks for the resub, Fabulous. And the Bits Brooks. I still need to watch God of High School and ReZero. Fuck, I forgot. Shit. I'm writing it down. Why am I writing it down? I'm not gonna check. Here, I'll make a tab. Forgot they're both out now. Actually, tier 1 Hard Zone, and the tier 1 Sarah, and the resub Kinney, Man, Chandy, and James. Jesus, a lot of fat tier 1s coming in. Welcome, Collector and Drazens. Thanks for the prime, Squishy, Spooky, and the resub Steve. No, there won't be any hold fast tonight. I got chess in an hour with Daniel. So I'm probably just gonna hang out till then. Shoot the shit with the chat. Thanks for the resub, Spook. Hope your Swedish lessons are going well, man. And have fun with Dark Souls. Thanks for the resub, Albino. What happened to the porn show you were gonna do? Coronavirus, so it's on standby until they can actually start shooting. Thanks to the tier 1 Brown Panda and the resub Anarchy. I enjoyed doing it, Rummy. And I wish them all well. Thanks for the tier 1 Pathetic Humper. And the resub PJ, Gandalf, and Robert. What metal do I listen to specifically? All kinds. My favorite's melodic death metal, though. Show us the big penis on stream. Who's big penis? I couldn't show any penis on stream though, even if it was like a micro dick. Holy shit, Munchie. Hold on. I realize the alerts aren't coming through right now for some reason on screen, but Jesus, a fat 100 from Munchie Marcus saying he spent 100 on OnlyFans. How many people are you subbed to on OnlyFans? That's a lot. Is that a monthly payment or like a one-time 100 dump on OnlyFans? I mean, I appreciate it, man, but goddamn. Thanks for the resub, Tiff, and the Prime Chronic, Half Alive, and Zong, and Tier 1 Hazard. Is this Dave Grohl? No, not quite, man. Thanks for the Tier 1 Sensati. Can you put on some Breaking Benjamin? Not unless Benjamin himself comes into the stream and tells me it's okay. Otherwise I'm getting my shit DMCA'd. They're way too popular. Thanks for the bits, Brit and Ice. And yep, we're working on 3 new songs right now, Cameron. Thanks for the gift sub, Gray, Trap, and the Prime Trip. I did see the new trailer for The Boys. I am super excited. I think The Boys is probably one of the best new shows that's come out in a long time. That show is absolutely fantastic. I love that shit. But I've always been a fan of Carl Urban. Like, I've been a fan of his for a long time. Can't believe he's 48. I just googled to see how old he was. Thanks for the Tier 1 pancake and the Prime Joe. I'd love to finish Yu-Gi-Oh, but I can't on stream day. Thanks for the Tier 1 Dank Kush. Oh, you're going to Nick for your tattoo, Richard? Nice, man. Tell him I said hi. He's a good guy. I mean, I was super hyped for Kanye running for president until I saw that he's running on a platform of anti-vaccination. And then I was like, well, that's not quite as cool as I thought it would be. So fuck that. Thanks to the Prime Freehold Ace and the gift sub Pikachu, the Prime Gnome, Jab, and Phony, and the Tier 1 Unlimited R6. Thanks for the generosity. And thanks to the Tier 1 Rivera and the Prime Anipad. Elon Musk is his advisor. Yeah, but I don't think Elon Musk is anti-vax. Is he? I mean, I don't know him personally. Do we have, like, Elon Musk's PR guy in here or something? Because I can't fucking imagine that he is an anti-vax kind of guy. Oh, appreciate the fat host, Happy Hob. Happy Hob, wow. Thank you, man. And there's a new Killer Bean teaser. Yeah, I've seen it. Do you fart? Yeah, man. My farts are pathetic, though. They're never loud. And they don't smell. My farts are like a fleeting thought. Like, it happens for a split second, and then it's forgotten by the entire universe. Is that a fact? I don't know if I believe that. So Gay Alien Production says he produces for big bands across the globe as Gay Alien Production. I mean, I'm down to be proven wrong, sure, man. Hit me up. I'd love to take a peek. Is that like Breaking Benjamin's producer there? Gay Alien Productions. Oh, Abduction. I thought it was production. Oh, okay, never mind. Thanks for the Tier 1 Chug and Not Ty and the resub Bald Gamer and Dark Spartan. No, I still need to watch the new ReZero and God of High School. And yeah, I talked about that a lot, Curve. I talked about that in a video, Cameron. I don't want to spoil it. Thanks to the tier 1 hats. Tesla's helping CureVac for a vaccine for COVID. Yeah, he's probably not anti-vax, but Kanye's running on a platform of anti-vax or some shit. Here. That's a good idea. I'll do a typing test for you. Everyone always asks what my word per minutes are, or what my word per minute is. What is it, Type Racer? Every time I do this, though, I end up sucking such fat asshole. It happens every time. I already know it's gonna be garbage. Thanks to the resub Marcus and the Prime Rex. My sale and the resub Narwhal. Alright, let's see. I just feel like I'm only fast at typing what I want to type instead of reading and typing. Well, good start. What the fuck now? $83. Yep. Basically fucking geriatric. I can't do Type Racer. I don't even know why I bothered. Thanks to the resub, Torin. I can only type fast on things that I'm thinking of instead of reading. Random question, but have you ever listened to Primus? Yeah, I'm not a fan. The only song I really know from him is John the Fisherman, though. Thanks to the Prime. Positive, negative. What's the plan? I have a chess date with Daniel in 30 minutes, so I'm gonna climb the fuck out of chess. And just generally improve. I'd like to hit 1500. That's kind of bold, but I'd like to hit 1500 by the end of the month. So that's what I'm setting my sights on. I'm at 950 right, or 930 right now. Thanks to the Prime Jack Tyler and the Tier 1 Clance. Thanks, Youngdale. Thanks for the bits canned. Thanks for the bits trash can. Do I own a penis? Yes, I am the proud owner of a 6.5-inch wiener. And I have a closet full of artificial penises, too. There's like, I think 7 dildos in there, in total. And that doesn't even count the cocks on a stick. No worries at all, Cameron. Well, I don't say exactly what they are, but I tell you what to look for, if that helps. And it's just the one about, what's the title? Oh, the one live PD one. Why do you have so many dildos? Adam and Eve sends them to me. Yeah, it's on the YouTube channel in the About if you want to just send an email. Thanks for the bits, Taven. Does Chris Jericho still wrestle? I didn't know that. I know he has that super popular podcast, but I thought he stopped wrestling. Dude's like 70 years old, isn't he? That man's still limber? I feel like Orange Cassidy would break him in half, just put his hands in his pocket and his spiritual pressure would be enough to just rip him into pieces. Thanks to the Tier 1 Eagles fan. That was wholesome. Thanks, Harmon. He's 49. Oh. Did you hear EDP445 is running for president? Did he announce it on Twitter? Because if so, you're a fucking idiot. That's not his Twitter account. EDP does not have a Twitter account. That Twitter account with like 250k followers is a fake. It's not even him. No, he did on YouTube? Okay, then that's him. I'm just saying that the Twitter account that oftentimes people say is him is not actually him. Thanks for the tier 1 pals, and the gift sub Noobinator, and the resub Squirt and Mac. Yeah, Dance Gavin Dance is good. Well, thanks, Chief. Appreciate it, man. And thanks for the tier 1 Fletcher, and the gift sub Sorry Bro. Did I hear about the Dogecoin shit? Why have I been hearing so much about Dogecoin? Isn't cryptocurrency, like, dead? You know, I don't even know why I'm asking the chat. I'll look it up myself. What the fuck is Dogecoin doing? Dogecoin spikes 683% after viral TikTok challenges urges buying spree. TikTok is a fucking scam. This shit needs to be banned. Good lord. Isn't this what got 50 Cent in jail for like a year? Because he told all of his followers to go invest in a penny stock and then he sold? God damn. Now, I wouldn't be saying that if he told everyone to invest in Sia Coin. That's fine by me. Thanks to the tier 1 party boy. I haven't checked that fucking Sia Coin thing in 2 years now. Yeah, I saw Ninja streamed on YouTube today. He crushed it. Thanks to the Prime Zero and Laser. No, I don't know what Nitro type is, but I probably won't check it out. Your girlfriend is obsessed with TikTok. What do I do? Stop dating 14-year-olds? Thanks for the gift sub dinner. Duel Links tonight? No, I got chess in 30 minutes. Thanks for the tier 1 Taven. Check Sia Coin, it exploded. Last time I checked Sia Coin, I think it was worth 1/4 of a single penny. Let's see. Also, please don't actually buy any Sia Coin. It is a huge waste of money. It's like a comical waste of money. It is... I can't... This is so low in value, I can't even process what this actually is. This is... 1/3 of a penny? I think it's 1/3 of a penny. Right? That's how this math would work. This would be a penny, this... 1/7 of a penny. This is 1/7 of a penny, I think. I don't know. It's so fucking low. I can't even tell how valueless it truly is. Thanks to the resub Luckett and Epic Fish and Twitchy. Probably God would win that fight, Sarah. I'd put my money on God over Killer Bean. Check out the Forbes article on TikTok being Chinese malware. I actually read about it. So apparently TikTok gets every single piece of information your phone ever receives. So if you sign into something, TikTok gets it. If you get a text, TikTok knows it. Knows every app on your phone. It's pretty fucking impressive. I'm doing well, Lance. Hope you're doing well. When is the next Attaway General dropping? Yeah, I don't know. I've been slacking on watching Attaway, to be honest. Thanks to the Prime Tomato. You listen to My Chemical Romance? I still listen to some of their boner jams, yeah. I think music from back then is just timeless. Did they take info from you? No, they took it from Shade. Thanks for the gift sub, Fletcher. Yeah, I know most of the live PD stuff's getting blocked. There's nothing I can do about it. The show got canceled. Oh, sweet. Thanks for the long time of watching, Gengar. Do you like progressive metal? Yeah, I'm a fan of prog metal. You still play chess? Yep. We'll be playing chess here in about 30 minutes, man. With Daniel. Attaway General versus Game of Thrones Season 8. Attaway General, unironically. Game of Thrones Season 8 wasn't entertainingly bad. It was just a frustrating disappointment. Attaway General is just entertainingly bad. Really, GT? I didn't know that. But no, I don't know anyone there. Thanks for the tier 1, Mickey. I really appreciate the generosity tonight. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the Prime Detective. Do you think you'll stick with chess long term? Yeah, I have to now. Daniel's bestowed 1 iota of his wisdom of chess upon me. I owe it to him to keep playing chess. Thanks to the Prime Denali. And thanks, Wade. Update to the Boba Fett drama. The owner of the main forum has banned over half of all of its active users. How is the Boba Fett drama still going on? How is that fucking possible? For those that don't know, and I don't know how you wouldn't know about the Boba Fett cosplaying community drama, apparently the owner of the Boba Fett fan forums stole the original prop, which was then stolen from him, and people are upset. So he's banning them, I think. I can't quite remember the exact lore, but it's something like that. Thanks for the tier 1 Cosmics. And thanks for the Prime Astral. So, I mean, God, not even Boba Fett's sacred anymore. Thanks for the resub. Piranha. Have I played RE4? I played it a long time ago, and I actually didn't really care for it back then, but I do plan on playing it again at some point. Thanks to Prime Dismal. No, I don't know No Name Faces. Thanks for the tier 1 Jamility and the 5 gift subs, Hamster. Thank you, man. Yeah. Alright. This is not a very good song. Ever listen to Trivium? Yeah, I used to like Trivium a lot more when I was younger. I don't really listen to him much anymore. I know the main guy streams on Twitch, and I like his streams, but as far as like actively listening to Trivium, not so much anymore. Why even bother with the long comments? I don't know. It's up to you. Have you played RE2 Remake? Yeah, I streamed that whole thing, actually. Thanks for the gift subs, Cryptic Freak. The resub. Never had a little lamb. Will you play Warframe? Probably not. I'm so behind on Warframe, it's just daunting to try and catch up. I'm still MR20, though. Thanks to the Prime Rand. I don't know who Soda is, but yeah, I listen to Korn and Linkin Park. Still do. I think classic new metal like that is still good. Like fucking Deftones is technically new metal, and they're still good. Favorite Resident Evil game is RE2 Remake. Thanks for the bits, Fletcher. Thoughts on Germa? I love Germa. Any idea on what I could get my girlfriend for her birthday? She loves smoking lettuce and Disney, and that's about it. Um, you could get her addicted to Duel Links, I guess, and then she could spend all her money on that instead of lettuce and Disney. I don't know. I'm basically just recommending drugs, but it's up to you. I don't know her personally. Hashtag sponsored? No, man. That shit is squeezed pennies out of me it didn't deserve. All in the pursuit of tier 1 and 2 decks, bro. Thanks to the resub MK and the resub Ninja, the gift sub Fletcher. Are you ever gonna play Apex again? No, I don't think so, man. I just don't like battle royales. The only battle royale I've actually been liking is Hyperscape, but that's because it's more of just an arena shooter with one life. It's not really even a battle royale at that point. Thanks to the Prime Fox, and that's fun. I actually do like that. Thanks to the resub friendly Canadian. It's only because it's new. No, I think it's just the way they did the battle royale. It is genuinely just an arena shooter. Thanks to the tier 1 Ed Askell. And the resub Noodles. And the resub Ghost. You gonna stream Cyberpunk? Not tonight. It's not out. But yeah, when it comes out. I don't know, AJR. Never heard of that band. Thanks to resub Kadu. My thoughts on the Roman Empire? I'm not too brushed up on my history of the Roman Empire, so I couldn't tell you. Fuck checkers. I'm a chess guy now. Thanks to the resub Cloudy and Fluff. That's great to hear, Fluff. Hoping the good moods continue. What are you gonna do today? We got chess coming up. I've gotta hone my skill. Is your dad still racing? My dad's become like the most gamer. Like he makes me look like a fake fucking gamer now. My dad is playing playing is the wrong word. My dad is competing in iRacing like 4 hours a day. Sometimes I'll hop on at midnight just to get some easy dubskis off the rednecks that get drunk and hop on. He's got it fucking figured out. My dad he's climbing. He's already up to a C license in a month. Probably gonna get his B license soon on there. Actually, tier 1 Evan. Thanks for a long time of watching, Nobly. I agree with that, stupid. I actually think Deftones is probably the best band to come out of the new metal era. I think Deftones is just great. Thanks to the resub Yoda. Yeah, it was Jackson's idea to put the Discord name as Skynut in the Obsession music video. I thought that was cute. Thanks to the resub spelling error. Mob Psycho's fucking great. Thanks to the resub JMK Rocks. I'm glad you liked Skynut, man. Thank you. Thanks to the resub Prophecy. When's the next YouTube night? Sometime soon. Thanks, Sheriff McLovin. I can't whip out my cock on stream, though, but that's very sweet. Thanks for the tier 1 Samperino. Favorite F1 driver? I don't know, man. I'm not too brushed up on my F1 drivers. And I probably won't do a racing stream. I don't have like my dad's setup or the space for my dad's setup. Do I have a favorite genre of games? Yeah, Souls-likes. Did you ever see yourself being FIDA rated? Well, fuck yeah, I did, bro. I used to play Spark Chess with a bunch of other, like, high schoolers and middle schoolers. I really did reach, like, a 1400 on Spark Chess, even though that was pretty meaningless. At least I think it was called Spark Chess. I could even be wrong about the name. Thanks to the tier 1 man-child. Did you just look that up on Wikipedia, Steambath? Or is that just something you happen to know? Well, thanks, Samperino. Glad you liked it, man. Are you allowed to give us any info on Twitch rivals? We know nothing. Even if I was allowed to, which I don't see why I wouldn't be, I just don't know fuck all about it. I really don't. I haven't a fucking clue, man. I have no idea. Thanks for the gift sub fresh. Are you hyped for the new consoles? Kinda. I guess I'm really just kind of hyped for bug snacks. Thanks for the resub, Floopy. How long did it take to grow out your hair? It's been a year and 7 months. What happened to the piss video I was planning to make? What do you mean? What piss video? Thanks for the resub, Just Lash. The Twitch Rivals info's on chess.com. I'll probably have to look at that because I think it's in a couple days. Thanks to the Prime Womp. Charlie net worth update 6 million. Damn, the fuck? Do you think I signed a mixer deal or something? Where did the 6 million come from? Holy shit. Thanks for the gift sub, ball. How fast can you type? I just did Type Racer and fucking clocked it 83. Thanks to the tier 1 Rusty 86. What percentage of your videos get monetized? Actually, the majority of them. Believe it or not. Thanks to the Prime Barkin. That's not something I really pay too much attention to, but I get an email when they don't, and I don't get too many of those emails anymore. Thanks for the gift sub, Abstract. Did How to Eat Ass get monetized? Yup. It did. Yeah, I really think people are blowing it out of proportion, the demonetization thing. Like, for example... Here, hold on, I'll pull something up. Here. For example, this video, I made this a long time ago. God damn it. God, Jesus Christ. Alright, here, this video right here. I made this video 2 years ago, and it has never left YouTube's recommended. It's a porn game. And it has been in YouTube's recommendation for 2 years now. I don't think YouTube is as strict as people like to make it out to be. Thanks to the resub Iron and the Prime Kite. The resub Care. That sounds cool though, Steam Beth. I'm not too big of a history buff, so I don't know shit about all that. Thanks for the gift sub, Ray. I actually think the reason a lot of people get their shit demonetized is because they censor things. There is very clearly in YouTube's terms a rule that says censoring things doesn't make it avoid demonetization. But I also think if you censor something, YouTube just assumes it needs to be demonetized. I really do. I just don't understand why people censor their shit. Thanks to the tier 1 antisocial and the gift sub Fluppacorns. Did you know porn star Adriana Chechik has a Twitch channel? Really? Thanks to the Prime Paladin. Chess win? Pretty soon, I think. Thanks to the resub Schloob. Yeah, Mia Malkova's a big streamer. Thanks for the tier 1 Grim. Who you playing chess with? Daniel. Twitch... Twitch retirement home for porn stars. Nice. Sasha Grey took 12 hours to beat the Ogre in Sekido. Sekido is a fucking tough game if you've never played Souls-likes, but if you have, Sekido is probably the easier one. Thanks for the tier 1 Midnight Shadow. And the tier 1 DeBoss. Really has been a lot of fucking tier 1s. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the generosity. And yeah, I saw that GT. It's terrible. Thanks for the resub Vlad and the gift sub Ray. Thanks for the Prime Harley. That was wholesome. Thanks, Saint. And thanks for the Prime Poop Goblin. Net worth update correction 4.2 million. Bro, these numbers are absurd. No, it's still not there. Where was that from? Nye Buzz. No. Yeah, so like I said, Sekido is rough if you've never played a Souls-like. Did you fight all the bosses in Sekido or miss some? I think I missed a couple on my first playthrough, but I went back. What was your first Souls game? Dark Souls. And I'm really excited to play Demon Souls Remastered. Thanks for the gifts, or the bits, Ray. You got 13k subs, you gotta be up there? Well, yeah, see, the beauty of that is you can do the math. Work under the assumption that every streamer is getting half of a sub, so half of 5. And then multiply that by their total subs and you can pretty much see the number. Are you a Borderlands fan? Not really. Thanks for the resub. Fatal Art. Do you invest at all? Fuck no. Thanks for the gift sub, boss. Thanks, Altrio. I've been hearing so much about Exanima all of a sudden. Did that game get like an update or something? Why is it so popular? Yeah, it's an older game. I actually recognize this. I think Germa played this. I think that's how I know it. Thanks to the Prime Binjules. Thanks, Robo. And yeah, well, no big plans. Just gonna be playing chess with GM Daniel. Getting some fat dubskis and honing my skill. Thanks to the tier 1. Elixero Fun Life. Thanks, Ray. Thanks to the Prime Jack. And thanks to the Prime Sinpai. We butter the bread with butter. They're an instrumental band, aren't they? Thanks to the resubs of Zephyrus. What is a raid? It's when a streamer, right before going offline, sends his stream to another streamer. I saw that, GT. Allegedly, Sky owes 350 grand to his friends. That's fucking wild. I read the one about the 55k he owes to somebody. It's fucking wild. Thanks to the Prime Smo. Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Nobly. 5-4 is not too big of a difference. Thanks to the resub, Jimmy. You like indie games? It depends on the game. Thanks to the resub, Cosmic Equinox. You had a baby girl today? Congrats. Good shit. Enjoy your sleepless nights. Godspeed, man. I will not be twerking, but thank you, Anita. Will you moist meter Ghosts of Tsushima? I moist meter pretty much every new game. I stream them all. Do you like rap? If so, what rappers do you like? Yeah, I do. I've been really banging out a lot of the new City Morgue stuff, actually. I was late to the party. But the new City Morgue's been good. Did you ever play Maple Story? I tried it when I was younger, but I just didn't like it. I wasn't a fan. Thanks to the Prime Cornhole. Thanks, Ray. Well, I hope you're kidding about that. If not, send me an email so I can refund it. You have to play chess for one of your courses? Are you even going to a university? What the fuck kind of curriculum is that? Yeah, I don't feel like teaching. Let's just play chess. I mean, that sounds great, but the fuck is the point? Thanks to the Prime Slate. In The Sims, you get logic from chess. Yeah, but I don't think my man's reporting in from the Sims universe. I don't think he's fucking cyberjacked himself out of the virtual world. Nah, I keep hearing about Dead by Daylight, though. I'm sure I'll play it at some point. Just not something I've been actively wanting to play. Thanks to the bits God approves and the Prime Pyro and the bits Manchild. What was the thought process in coming up with the name? There wasn't much of a thought process. Alright, looks like it's time for chess. I'm gonna take a fat little shit real quick, and then it's game time. God, Jesus. Why has Twitch been so laggy for me? I can't even type shit in here, it just stalls. Alright, I'll be right back. Thanks to the resub, Awesome and Jetteroni and Nobly. Oh. Don't worry, team. I'm back. Oh. No shit, just a bunch of farts. Unfortunately. Thanks to the Prime Moral, the resub Shug Tech and Cohort. I'm pretty upset about that. Not gonna lie. I hate getting clickbaited by my own asshole. Fucking sucks. Thanks to the tier 1, it's Anime Daddy.
Howdy.
Hey, man.
How's your evening
Thanks to the
going?
prime finger. Pretty good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm great. I've been busy, but thanks for being so flexible.
Of course. Anything for Daniel?
Oh, I'm already, the tears are coming, and we're 30 seconds into our conversation. I might choke up, actually.
No, it's alright. Yeah, just don't be a little bitch on your own stream. Turn the webcam off first.
Never. Little bitch on my own stream, never. Chess streams are never like that.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, obviously, like a lot of things that we could do. I am aware of sort of something that you mentioned last time, which is the order of things. How do you decide which moves to play first? So we're going to tackle that a little bit. I was thinking we could start traditionally with maybe 1 or 2 warm-up games. Okay. Then go to sort of the tutorial phase. We'll do a couple of different exercises, and then maybe finish with another couple of games. How does that sound to His Honor, His Majesty Charlie?
Sounds wonderful to me. Just tell me when to hop in.
Excellent. Go ahead. I'm in live chess, and I will follow you.
All right.
I'm going to capture your cam.
I played a little recently. So what is it's this, right?
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't.
Yeah, 1 second.
Wasn't great.
Sorry, go ahead. Wasn't great. I hear 9:30. What is? And I only saw 2 moves. What the hell is this guy doing?
Yeah, I'm not sure. That was a weird play. I see no reason not to take that, right?
I don't see any reason not to take that either. He's just developed his queen and nothing else.
Okay. Now
he thinks he's intimidating you by.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty worthless move. Do I want to block with the knight or the bishop though to develop bishop? Which one's better here?
Well, think for the future. Where do you want the knight to be? What's the most active square for the knight?
Well, first f3 and then getting him over onto e5.
Exactly. So take care of your future self, something I know you don't do in real life. So develop the bishop so that the knight can go onto an active post. Also, if you were to develop the knight, that bishop would then be hard to
resub swag. True. Yeah, he'd be blocked.
Okay. He thinks that the person who gives the first check wins this game.
Yeah, so I'm just going to play this and you can tell me if it was a good or bad move.
Excellent move, occupying the center, stopping his knight from coming to c5, by the way, which... Okay, now let's see if your 400 plus exercises you've solved in a certain theme have helped you.
You're talking about the forks, huh? With this pawn?
I am talking about the forks. Yes, that is exactly what I'm talking about. I like that speed. Now you say this pawn, but I know which pawn you're... Yep, very good.
Yeah.
That might have been the fastest you've ever seen a 4K. He thinks that... I don't know if he's thinking. So what do you take with?
I think I take with the knight first, right? So I'm not trading queens, right?
Sure. Take with the knight. We'll talk about this moment after the game. This is actually an instructive moment. Yeah, and that's why I would have taken with the queen. You still have ways to extricate this knight, though.
I see.
You have to defend the knight.
Yeah.
How can you do that?
It's by pushing the pawn up, right?
Exactly. But one thing that we will talk about actually today is some basic endgame technique. You're at the stage where you don't need to shy away from endgames anymore. You should be excited, Charlie. I don't hear any sounds of excitement from you. Okay, so we've got bigger fish to fry right now. It seems that your knight is lost, but you actually have a really, really cool move here.
Okay, so I'll tell you the move.
Pay attention to his king.
Yeah, so I was going to say the move I was looking at was I see the queen can get pinned to that king pretty easily. But I don't have a way of getting the bishop there, so what I was looking at is bringing the knight to g5 to threaten queen, so that way he's going to have to retreat the queen, which buys me a little extra here with my knight.
I'll give that move an A-. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll play it, and then you can tell me the better one.
Play it, the A move, yeah. So it was really like 7-head, the top move.
Okay.
But the fact that you're seeing ideas like knight g5 is still good. Okay,
duck.
Your idea worked like a charm, because what do you have now? You can win the game basically on the spot. And whenever he's castled long, we talked about this months ago, castling long by definition makes the king weaker and more susceptible to things like pins,
Yeah. You're talking about the bishop, right? But that doesn't win the game. It just wins me the queen, right? Or is it like a game winner?
Wait, sorry. Okay. I'm used to GM talk. Excuse me.
Yeah,
it loses the game. You only want a queen.
Yeah.
12 moves in.
It barely even gives me an advantage, is what you're saying.
Slight advantage. Maybe you should offer a draw.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, this guy's intimidated the fuck out of me.
Really.
Okay, so now my knight's no longer pinned to my queen, so I can just get my knight out.
Yeah, exactly. And I've found that people who capitalize their names generally want you to be more intimidated, so they're not confident in their play.
Actually,
now, don't overthink the knight move. Wherever you want to retreat it, you can retreat it. But do you have a better idea?
I had a cool idea that I thought would be checkmate, but his knight on a6 stops it. It'd be bishop f4 check. That forces him to a8, and then I'd deliver the checkmate with my knight.
Yeah, but I still like the move bishop f4 because even though you don't checkmate him, that still develops a bishop with tempo.
Yeah.
And when you said cool move, my ears perked up because you do have actually a better move than retreating the knight. So first I would clear the garden, so to speak. You know, there's some tension. You want to release it.
Yeah, so I want to go bishop into bishop here. He moves his rook, and then eventually getting my knight out.
Yeah, so you're tunnel visioning the knight on d5, but you actually have something you can attack that supersedes the fact that your knight is attacked. Like, imagine that your knight was not attacked.
Are you talking about the fork on f7?
Yes, exactly. You know that a rook's more valuable than a knight, so... Okay, well, he just hands you that on a golden platter.
Yeah, is there something I'm missing? Or is that really just a shit move?
That is just a shit move, as far as I know. And so is that, well, not that he could have saved his rook, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, he thought better of it, and wow, Jesus. Well, off to a blistering start.
That was nice. That felt very easy. So what was the 7-head move? That was the only thing that I think I didn't see.
So you understand now why I perhaps would have captured with the queen, just so as not to allow the pin.
Right.
But the 7-head move was, so after he played c6, your move 11, you played knight g5. What I'm seeing is his king on c8. Is his king on c8, hypothetically, okay, let's say you didn't have a pawn on c4. How could you have pinned his king? Like, imagine that pawn on c4 was on e4. Could you have pinned the c6 pawn to the king and made it immobile?
Yeah, I'd just bring my queen up to c2, right?
Right, but here's the thing. This is, I think it's sometimes referred to as a second order pin. What if you play queen c2 anyway? Is that absurd? Or does that actually have some sense?
It makes you seem like an insane person to me. Yeah, I don't see what it would do.
Well, that would just add to your already existing assumption of me. But queen c2, he takes your knight with his pawn. Okay, you can make the moves on your board. We don't need to do a separate analysis board for that. You can just make the moves. But then look at that position very, very closely. What move do you have?
Yeah, just take here and it's a discover check. And then I win queen.
Discover check. So you're setting up a discover check, 1, and 2, you're moving your queen away in one fell swoop from the pin. So if he doesn't oblige, and he almost certainly would have, then you can just extricate your knight from d5.
That's fucking huge. Yep, that was definitely a 5-head move I wouldn't have seen right there. Sacking the knight to win the queen. That's nice.
Yeah, it is a very nice idea. And it's not that common, too. Like, setting up a discover check like that in indirect defense of the knight, not too common. So, you know, I certainly don't hold it against you. You've failed me many times, but, you know, this is not one of them.
I mean, I found the A-. I'll take the A- move with the G5.
Yeah, for a Russian grader, that's a pretty high mark. You should be pretty happy with yourself. All right, well, that was too easy, so...
Yeah, I'm hopping back in.
Yeah, a more difficult opponent.
Thanks to the Prime Hummus and the Bits Camino.
John is a bum. Again, somebody who already wants you to think he's cool just from his account name. The French defense.
So here, I don't know if we went over this, but I think it's just developing knight and then taking when he takes pawn, right?
Yep. Yeah, okay. Exactly. You're playing the two knights variation, which is a very reputable defense, response to the French defense. And usually, with full due respect to people of your rating, when they learn an opening that's not e4, e5, they only just learn one variation. So if you go off the beaten path even a little bit, they're going to lose their shit.
Perfect.
As he is, right? I'm sure he's losing his shit right now.
Yeah, I want him to flip his fucking table over.
Oh, that's happened a long time ago. He's picking up the pieces of his mouse. Okay, knight e7. Very passive development. So all opening principles apply. Do what you would do normally.
Okay. So now I need to develop bishop, most active square, but that just delivers kind of a meaningless check. Is that still worth it, or do I just want to bring it?
And I like it. No. You want to occupy the center. You haven't finished occupying the center.
Okay, so I want to bring my pawn up then, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So procrastinate procrastination is good in chess in some forms. You want to procrastinate the development of your pieces until things are a little bit better defined, so you can actually identify clear roles for your piece. Bingo. Now a clear role has been identified for both of your bishops, actually. So which one do you want to develop?
So I'm thinking to develop my f bishop, so I just pin knight to king, and then the bishop obviously on g5 for knight to queen, right?
Excellent idea.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Had you played this move, you would have, as you said, delivered a meaningless check, and he could have blocked that check with a pawn. Now you pin his knight.
Yeah, and now I just take with knight. Now I have both knights on the attacking side for king.
Just a very nice position. Look at how cramped he is. He has a hard time developing his bishop on f8. So, okay, he attacks your bishop.
Okay, and in this position, I don't remember if we've gone over it. Is it best to hold the pin by dropping it back and making him push that up, or do I just take the knight here and ruin the structure?
You don't ruin the structure because he takes back with his knight.
Oh, so right. He's developed this knight.
That is literally the only purpose of developing the knight to e7.
Gotcha.
And of course, you've missed it. So keep the pin.
Okay.
Had to sneak that one in, sorry.
Well, obviously, yeah. It wouldn't be a Daniel lesson unless there was a little bit of shitting on me.
Exactly. Man, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's probably thinking about ways to develop his bishop on f8. And the way he should do that is by moving his knight away from e7. But, you know, he's just panicking and introducing more weaknesses. So where should the knight go?
I was looking at g5.
Then, so this is, again, more advanced than we've talked about thus far. But if you go knight g5, he'll chase your knight away with h6. And that knight will end up on the rim on h3. So
yeah. Just put
don't, and I mentioned this before, you don't always have to make an advancing move. Sometimes a retreating move is actually the best in the long run. So just make a vanilla garden variety move. Keep the knight in the center. Thank you, Tricon, for the sub.
Okay, so I just want to bring him back to... Well, do I want to just put him back on his original post at c3?
Yes, exactly. That is exactly what we talked about. Exactly what we talked about. Daniel said he would play the Scotch defense, and he did. Sorry, I was working on some impression of some idiot.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I think I know who that guy is. I think I've heard him before.
Let's not discuss him and bring down the quality of the conversation. We're having a good conversation. I don't want that person mentioned.
That's sweet, Fletcher.
Yeah, so bishop d7. Okay, so he's somehow developing his pieces. Thank you, Shane, for the gift sub. So again, you don't want to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes you just want to keep developing.
Yeah, so now I just want a castle is what it's looking like to me.
Yeah. But you see how much more harmonious you're developing your pieces now. Like, it just, your moves are flowing. And it's not as hard for you to come up with these ideas anymore. So let's start identifying the weaknesses in this position. Does he have any pawns that you might want to pile up on a little bit later? And remember what a weak pawn is. A weak pawn is a pawn that cannot be defended by any other pawns.
Yeah, I'm looking at e6.
Exactly. So can you devise a few methods of putting pressure on that pawn or perhaps attacking it? What types of moves? Name at least 3 moves.
Okay, I see rook on e1 to directly attack it, bringing... Well, he's moved that. But, well, right now the move I'm looking at is bishop to g5. Other attacks...
Oh, you attack the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's decent. You don't have to do that. You can keep the bishop on c1 and apply pressure on his e-pawn. So both moves are valid, whichever one you prefer.
I'm just going to go with the bishop because that's typically how I play it. But I know he's probably just going to block with bishop.
Yeah, and then you'll trade bishops and you'll be left with a bad bishop on d7, so there's nothing wrong with what you did.
Okay.
Also, the queen is in the crosshairs of what piece if you develop it properly? You just mentioned this move.
Yeah, e1 on my rook.
There you go. And that queen is now in the rook's sort of x-ray, which is never a good thing for your opponent.
Thanks for the resub, Brian.
Okay, castle's this way. And now you can actually exploit the position of his queen. By using this x-ray. You can remember that the e6 pawn is now immobilized. It cannot capture, it cannot move. So there's a certain way you can apply pressure on it that you would not have been able to. Bingo.
Right here, I see. Okay.
Nice. And you chase his knight away, introducing more sort of discoordination among his ranks. Yeah.
Thanks to the resub
These are
Zombie
serious
Slayer.
players they're facing, but they're getting blown to smithereens.
Nice thing is the moves seem more natural now. I don't have to think too hard about the actual moves, which is signs of progress.
I'm not used to, like, I'm sometimes you find the move before I describe. Okay, so b5. Wow, interesting move.
That doesn't really change anything, right? I still just want to take that knight. He can't take my bishop because then I just take his bishop with this pawn too, right?
He's actually got a creative idea. If you take his knight, he takes the pawn with his bishop, attacking your queen with his rook. Then if you move your queen, you take your bishop. So I would just be very calm here and pretend that you're almost not attacking his knight.
I see.
So okay. He's actually, I don't know if he's actually thought of this or stumbled into it, but, you know, forget that you're attacking his knight for a second. Deal with the immediate threat.
Yeah, just need to drop bishop out.
But this has another benefit. You actually reinforce the pressure on that e6 pawn, which is, again, goes to show that not all retreating moves are bad. Like, you can't reason like, oh, the piece is moving backwards, so I'm making a concession. That's not at all how chess works. You see?
Yeah, that was an I wouldn't have even noticed that X-ray since there's literally two pieces in front of the queen, but yeah, that would be a cascade. I'd take, he'd take, and then it's just wide open on my queen.
It's a similar concept to what you could have done the last game with queen c2. These like opening up of files that look closed. But he's not bad. He's coming up with some creative ideas, but his position is so okay. The Naroditsky jinx strikes again.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Now I just take with knight, he takes with knight, I take knight with rook, right? Like, there's not much to this.
No, he blundered a knight.
Yeah.
John is not a bomb. But that's what happens. Players are put under this pressure, and then they crack. Like a GM would take 30 moves before he cracked. This guy cracks immediately, and that's the beauty of playing active moves.
That really is like clockwork, bro. The second you were complimenting his creative ideas.
It's crazy. It's the same with GMs, too. Okay, so he really is trying to push this pin on your queen.
Okay, so I don't want to take that for obvious reasons. I just want to leave it there. It has two defenders now with the rook there. Well, three. Knight's also attacking on that d5 right there.
Right, but isn't the pin on your queen a bit of a headache?
Yeah, so just developing the queen away then?
Yeah, and how could you do it such that it's conducive to your ultimate goal of putting pressure on that e-pawn?
Yeah, I just want to drop it over here to e2.
Exactly. And now he might blunder his bishop. He might take... He's probably knowing from what I know about him, he might take on d5 with his bishop. But we'll see. My ability to predict the future is only limited to the moves of XQC.
Thanks for the prime.
But I guess we'll see. Maybe he'll play b4 counterattacking your knight. He seems to like these counterattacking moves. Now we're all holding our breaths.
This is cute. This is nice. These have been very instructive games so far.
Yeah, and you've gone to the next level. We're not having the same discussions we used to have about the basics. Like, the basics are... You see how it works? You've subconsciously internalized all of the basics. So I don't need to keep reminding you of certain things, which is great because it makes my job easier as well.
Oh, right. Fuck, I forgot to change the cam.
Not that my job was ever easy with a student like you.
No, I understand, yeah. I'm actually curious. When you do those camps, what, like, FIDA ratings are they? Are we talking, like, superhumans or, like, you know, some turbo nerds or something? What kind of ratings?
Different ranges. I'm flying home tomorrow, actually. I'm doing a camp in about a week, which is turbo nerds. Like, they are masters and above.
Wow.
So all of the instructors are, like, top 150 in the world because nobody below that could teach these types of players. So it's very exclusive. But I also teach... I've taught for the past 5 years a camp in person in Atlanta, which features 10 groups. And the groups range from total beginners to super advanced players, masters. That's why I love these camps, because you get to interact with such a wide range of kids. And I enjoy different types of teaching. I love teaching super advanced players.
Thanks for Prime, James.
Incredibly fun. You know, it almost doesn't feel like work. But I also really enjoy teaching beginners and honing my methods.
That's nice, man. That sounds real nice.
And also just disciplining the kids and being strict. So I love that.
Obviously, yeah, bullying some kids, I imagine, has its perks.
Oh, yeah.
So in this position here, Is there any reason I don't just take this bishop? I'm no longer being pinned. I'm not in a threat of like a back rank because my queen's also protecting d1.
He's just blundered it. He forgot to. The very typical mistake, by the way. It's not tunnel vision. It's a different classical type of mistake where he was pinning your queen and he didn't ask himself what the point was of your move.
Okay.
Like he was just like, oh, that pin's gonna exist for the rest of eternity.
Thanks for the prime. Cool.
Then he didn't move his bishop away. So you're up 2 pieces. You can start collecting the harvest. But yeah, the camps are. I mean, online it's a little bit different. You don't get that interaction because we do. It's just a chess camp is just like any camp. We do sports. We do recreation activities. It's not just sit around a chessboard all day.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was just purely chess.
The one in Atlanta that I reference is actually a live-in camp. So we stay on the campus of Emory University, and it's literally like any other camp. It's just that the main activity, you have math camps or singing camps. This is just chess camp. So if anybody among your chat has any kids and they were thinking of something for June 2021, I have just the place for them.
Someone named Cosmic Equinox just had a little baby girl if you want to go yell at the baby or something.
Oh, that's one of my favorite activities. Okay, so this is a great example of, mature Charlie being okay with a queen trade.
Well, can Charlie...
Or if you want to avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, I see a different move. I was just going to get a check over here on e6.
Even fucking better.
Yeah.
I actually missed that move. An intermediate move. You actually, after he moves his king away, you have a truly 5-head sacrifice move. In the spirit of those games we looked at where Bobby Fischer sacrificed his rook, let's see if you can find it. You basically go straight for the checkmate. Okay. I like these kind of big brain schemes. And it's an understandable move. Look at his
I think I see it. So hold on. Before you give me any more hints, is it taking pawn on b5 with knight, he takes with pawn, I take with rook?
You're basically right, but instead of taking with a knight, can you sweeten the deal for him? Because he might not take the knight. Can you do the same thing with check?
Oh, I take with the rook to deliver that?
Because the key here is not to use the rook with it to attack. The key is to use the queen. So you take with the rook.
Wow,
that's check.
Okay.
If you took the knight, that would not be a bad move, but he could have intermediately taken your queen, and then you would not have been able to execute that combination.
Okay.
You got the idea.
Okay, right idea, just wrong pieces then.
If he puts on his 5-head hat and moves his king away, okay, now you have the sexiest move of all time. You actually have the sexy move. Now, I'll give you one hint. What would happen if the rook was not there? Like if the rook was absent or it was a ghost?
I mean, I could just sweep in there and take that pawn if the rook wasn't there.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, so this is what... When he moved that king, what I looked at is sending the rook up to b7.
You're making the same mistake you made on the last move. That move is not a check, so he can intermediate.
Yeah, he can just take the queen.
Fuck. That's the right idea.
Damn.
You have to do the same thing, but you have to do it with check. So what square might...
It's b8 then.
Some goddamn credit, though.
Damn.
This is something you would not have even come close to looking at.
Yeah. Damn. Fuck yeah. I would have... I'm upset. I could have had that. I was looking at b8 initially, but I thought b7 would be better.
b7 is fine. You're winning. You're completely winning there as well. You're up 2 pieces, but here you don't give him a chance to take your queen. Yeah. So, damn. So the thing that you might have not noticed is he can take the rook with a king.
Yeah.
What do you do now?
So now I still just want to take that pawn regardless, right?
The lobster pincer, mate. He cannot stop you.
Yeah.
Delivering checkmate on what square?
Right there on b7.
There you go. That is a beautiful fucking comment. And it starts from bishop takes c6 check. So you just put on the board your first ever 4-move combination.
Yeah, and I can't get back ranked because my knight is defending at d1.
Yeah, great observation on top of it. Exactly right. I had to look at that when I was looking at this. So that would be something like a 1600 rated player. Just to give you a context of ratings, somebody who's like 17, 1800 would probably see this combination in about a minute, and they might miss a back rank checkmate at the end of it. So that's what's called calculation. That's why calculation is so hard. You can go through the hard work of seeing all this and then miss something, some stupid little detail, some counterplay that invalidates all of this.
Yeah, and this is just game. Beautiful.
Yes, exactly. Very, very nice. I'm going to repeat that for the sake of my audience. Let me invite you to an analysis board. We got to celebrate this. We got to pop the champagne. This is
Sounds good, man.
See, and I'm sure you can tell the significance of this, but this is your first ever like actual combination in a game that you found on your own.
It's all thanks to the great teacher.
Oh well, I don't know who that idiot is. That bum. Okay, so let me. And there's actually a couple of observations I want to make. I know you're eager
to Prime Ginzy.
To keep the momentum going. So
yeah, the trailer looks great
so
for the boys.
The French defense
season.
And the idea of the French defense, by the way, is like who would be these French people who would play such a move? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, but it's actually a decent opening. And the idea is to basically put this pawn on d5 and have it supported by the e6 pawn, right?
Makes sense.
So we're going to do a little bit of positional training.
Holy shit, Thunder.
Could you identify, in terms of piece placement or potential piece development, a drawback of putting your pawns in this manner? What development hinder?
Well, I don't see what development you hinder. Your bishop. Well, you hinder I see it. The C8 bishop.
It's called the French bishop, actually.
Okay.
Oftentimes, openings are identified by the piece that they make very hard to develop. So yeah, this bishop is now obstructed by the pawn. So that's the drawback of this opening. Most openings like this, they have a good point and they have a drawback, and this is this opening's drawback. Now, this knight should be developed to f6. He clearly just doesn't know what he's doing here. And there's one thing I wanted to mention, which is that if I were actually playing with white, I would potentially actually just develop the bishop to e2.
Instead of going for the pin that I did?
And I want to explain to you why, because this is like the next level of chess understanding. Or maybe even do what you did against Erob and develop the bishop to d3. I'm going to show you a concept here, which is exactly what you could have used against Erob, and you did, just with slightly the wrong order, which is that black can expose an attack on this d4 pawn, right, with his knight and his queen.
Mm-hmm.
And you can either take with your bishop, in which case you'll be defending this pawn, or you could take with the knight, a move that looks like a blunder. But if you reach back into your memory and you remember your game with Erob, you had the exact same idea here, because actually you can win the game. What can white do in this position?
Okay, so it's going to be delivering a check to win a piece, right? Because that's the open diagonal here. So the knight...
You gotta be the order.
Yeah, so...
Because against Erob, you fucked up the order. You got lucky, but you messed up the order.
So it's going with the knight first, right? It's taking knight on d4 and then delivering the check at b5 and winning the queen on d4, right?
Exactly. Okay. So if you check first, he can take your bishop with his knight.
Right, yeah.
And escape the tension against the knight. So you take, check, you check the king. The queen can come back and check, but then you just take the queen with your bishop. So
yeah.
So partially I would have developed the bishop for that reason. But on d3, it also basically just... It's harmoniously placed, and later on, I'm looking at a potential Greek gift sacrifice. So, for example, there might be a scenario many moves down the line. Back when maybe a time when restaurants and bars are open again, when he castles, and maybe there is a time when he moves his knight away from g6, and then that bishop could basically aim at the pawn on h7. So you see how I'm making a move that might only show its impact 10 moves down the line, but that's true development. Now the problem with a move like bishop b5 is that the bishop stares at this knight on c6, right, which looks like a good thing. But the issue is his knight is already reinforced by one knight and by one pawn. So this pin is really not that effective, and what he could have done here, if he knew what he was doing, is just chase your bishop away, and then chased it away again. Then the bishop would have had to go to b3, and now it's staring at a pawn that's really, really well defended by his pieces. It's staring at this pawn, but this pawn is defended by 3 of his pieces. So this bishop isn't really fulfilling as harmonious of a role in the position as it perhaps could.
And was up in pin knight.
So does that kind of make sense intuitively?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. And again, I don't really like going for those pins. It just made the most sense to me. But I think I'm going to start looking more for what you just demonstrated, looking a couple moves down the line as opposed to just right in the moment.
Right, exactly. And bishop e2, you might look at this. That's a lame developing move. That's just vanilla ice cream kind of move. But that's okay. You're still preparing castles. You don't always need to conquer the world and put on your Alexander the Great hat with every move. You can make a couple of small dick moves to make a couple of big dick moves at the end of the game.
Yeah, where they really count.
Developing most actively, and I'm never retreating. Those players don't get very far in chess. So now we need to celebrate the combination. I mean, everything else you did was perfect, and then this freaking move. So I was going to suggest that you just take the queen and live with your 2 extra pieces. Rook takes b5 check. So what happens if a takes b5? Can you demonstrate for the sake of the crowd?
Yeah, so that's just coming in here.
Moves forced.
And then this, yeah.
So he's got to move his king. If he moves it to a7, here you have to modify your strategy a little bit. So what do you do?
Yeah, this is when I'm just coming over here, right? This is delivering the check on b7.
You go exactly right. He has to push. He's pushed back to a8, and
then I can just take.
Yeah, this is less elegant than what happened in the game because you're sacrificing the rook.
Actually, 2 gives sub CJ
to 2 of his pieces. He can take the rook with 2 of his pieces, which to me, sacrifices are made more beautiful
thanks to the
by the number of pieces that can capture them.
Yeah, I like that.
So, I'll show you one of the most famous sacrifices of all time, and you'll see how beauty can be defined in chess. Sorry, I interrupted. What were you going to say?
I just said I like that. You didn't interrupt. That was the whole statement. I just said, yeah, I like that.
So profound that I need time to digest. I like it. I mean, I've never heard anybody say that before.
Oh, come on, that's a lie.
Consists of 3. I'm trying to determine the role of the word "like" in that.
It's a combination.
Combination, yeah, exactly. You sacrifice the word "I" to put in the word "like." So I was going to show you one of the most famous sacrifices of all time. This is one of the most famous moves of all time, and it's a little bit overrated, as many of these games are, because when you go down in the weeds, you see that this move was not obligatory. Black had many other wins in this position. He only just chose this move arbitrarily because it was the most beautiful one. So, in terms of discussions of chess philosophy, a lot of people think that a truly beautiful move is one without which you could not have won the game. You know what I'm saying? It's the only path to winning the game. That adds a certain elegance to a move. If you're up 2 queens and you sacrifice one of them, well, then big shit. You could have won in 50 other ways. This game is called the gold coin game. It's called the gold coin game, and I'm pasting in the position in which this move occurred.
Thanks, Mon.
So congratulations. Your game is mentioned in the same breath as the gold coin game.
Well, naturally, yeah. That's where I drew my inspiration from.
Exactly. So this game was played in the year 1912.
Great year. No, yep, wait, there was like a war and shit, actually.
Yeah. And it was played by a guy named Stefan Levitsky and Frank James Marshall. Marshall was one of the strongest American players of the early 20th century, and he was known as a very strong attacking player. So no surprise that he created this move. Black to move in this position. So this will also double as good tactical training for you. Let's start with observations. Let's unpack a little bit about what's going on in this position. Anything that you can tell me.
Yeah, so Black is he's got quite a few attack options here. What I was looking at just initially off the placement here, since I've done so many forks, I was looking at sending his queen to e1 to get the rook out, and then fork the rook and the king on f3 with the knight.
So sending his queen to get the rook out. So basically, you want to give this potential fork on f3.
Yeah, and then that also frees it up for a back rank with our rook.
Yeah, so some concepts like these. The problem is he's got this pawn on g2 defending that square.
Oh, right. Oh, Jesus.
Sacrifice like queen to f3, which is actually very close to what Marshall did.
Oh, I thought I had a cool play.
There's another concept you should bear in mind, which is that your opponent doesn't have to take sacrifice pieces.
I thought this was
if you put a piece on a
reason.
square where it can be captured, your opponent can choose to capture it or he can choose not to capture it. Here he would choose to capture it. Then you capture back. He moves his king up. You take his queen, and you might be like, well, I've won a pawn at the end of this, but what can he do now?
Black or white?
So after this entire combination has been initiated and then completed, the problem is white has a very nasty little move here. I mean, very simple if you look at the whole board. There's a hanging piece.
Yeah, it's just taking the knight, right?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah, I was looking for anything earth-shattering here. So I can let you try to find this move. It's an incredibly hard move to find because it draws on so many tactical concepts that maybe you're not entirely familiar with yet. And the story behind this game, which I don't think is actually true, but back then tournaments were watched by a lot of people. So there was an auditorium, and there were people in the crowd, and they threw gold coins at Marshall after he played this move. Such was the beauty of this move. Such goes the story. I think it was bullshit, as most of these chess stories are. But it just gives you a sense of how much people like this move.
That sounds cute. All right.
Very cute. It's so wholesome, just like the entire game of chess. Do you want me to show you the move?
Well, let me take a shot at it here. I'll take a crack.
I'll give you a couple of guesses. Yeah. I mean, you've been impressing me so far. So who's to say you won't find this move too?
If this takes, he takes, check, block, check, take. So what came to mind? I'll just go through the thought process. What I looked at right away was taking pawn on f2 with rook. He takes with rook, deliver a check on e1 with queen. He blocks with rook. You deliver another check with the knight and win a queen, but I don't think that works. I don't.
I love that you found that in general. The reason it doesn't work, and I actually had to think about this, is because he can start by taking your queen.
He doesn't have to take the rook.
The idea being you want to send the king to h1 and then back rank mate him. Well, he just takes your rook.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite do the trick, but you're definitely thinking in the right area of the board, obviously. But it's even more beautiful than that. I'll give you a tiny, it's not a capture and it's not a check. That's also what makes this move so amazing. It's so subtle in its own way.
Is it stacking the rooks by sending the rook on h3 to f3?
That would be too slow. If I take your queen, then did you have a follow-up in mind?
No. That's just what I initially looked at.
Yeah, that's how you have to find these moves. You know, you kind of look at crazy ideas, and you can threaten checkmate. The problem with threatening checkmate is it telegraphs the pass. He has a move to stop the mate, and you can just go h3.
Thanks to reset.
And unfortunately, you're left down a queen, which you've sacrificed. So... Close. Again, close but no cigar.
I think it definitely has to start with that f2 pawn, like an attack on f2. I think that's at least what I'm seeing.
Yes, it attacks f2. Among other things that it attacks, it does make contact with that pawn. I mean, I'll sort of maybe guide you a little bit. I won't tell you anything that will really help you. But if this f2 pawn were gone, that's actually, you've seen me saying this a couple times, it's a good test. If this f2 pawn were gone, what would black be able to do?
I mean, then we could just get an attack right on the king. Like that'd be an easy way to just getting a back rank. If that f2 pawn was gone, we can just send the rooks down.
Exactly. So you could send your knight to e2, and then you could send your rook to f1 and deliver checkmate. So in a sense, this pawn is like tactically pinned. It's not actually pinned. It can legally move, but if it moves to, let's say, g3 or e3 or whatever, it's gone. Then you can deliver this checkmate. So you can almost imagine that this pawn is not making contact with any of the squares that it's defending. Now tell me something else. What if the h2 pawn were gone from the board? What would you be able to do then? Thanks, Vansher, for the sub.
I'm not sure what you could do that quickly. I mean, obviously you could get the queen over onto the h file, but that would take 2 moves. So
it's made in 1 actually. If you want on your board, you could pretend you could like move the h pawn with your mouse away. Maybe that'll help you visualize it. But it's checkmate in 1 move if the h pawn were gone. Yeah, just freaking flush it down the toilet.
If the really?
Yep, it's made in 1.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, so it's just checking with the knight if the h-pawn's not there, right?
It's called Anastasia's mate, but I don't know who Anastasia was, but that's a form of Anastasia's mate. Exactly. But if you give this check immediately, then the king has, king h1. So you can combine these two observations.
Oh, so okay. Yeah.
Incredible fucking move. Thank you, Press of Paradox.
Okay, so it's not a check, but I see. So he just takes the h2 pawn with the rook, right? No, well, that can't work. That can't.
Because then he takes,
and
you
can't follow up.
With which you deliver the checkmate.
Yeah, never mind. That doesn't work. I was looking at sending the queen.
It's like you're trying to order beef at an Indian restaurant. Like, you can't give this rook up.
Damn. I'm not sure, man. I don't see it.
So all of the people in your chat, let me see how many viewers you have. They're all going to simultaneously, 5,792 orgasms right now are about to happen. So I want everybody to prepare their paper towels, whatnot.
Okay.
So, whatever devices people use to mop up. All right, I'll say no more about that subject. Queen to G3.
Well, I appreciate that, Phoenix. Thank you.
Queen to frickin' G3. Okay.
Okay, that's the move.
Let's take a moment of silence for this move, first of all. Now, I've explained to you already some of the ideas, so you should kind of be primed for this move. But essentially, the idea is this. If you take the queen or the h-pawn, then what do?
Well, then you just deliver the checkmate on e2.
There you go. If you take the queen with the f-pawn, then again, you deliver the check on e2. And can you do the honors of pushing the rook down?
Yeah, and then you're just taking this bad boy.
Exactly. But to add insult to injury, white has yet another way to capture the queen. He can capture it with his own queen.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I don't see how that's a good move.
He captured the queen of the rook. He captures the rook, and no longer does black have a rook on the h file, so the king can simply escape any kind of check.
Right.
But here, black in the intermediacy goes knight e2 check. Forking the queen. King has to move away, and again, black uses the concept of the two pins. He takes the queen with his knight with check.
That's fucking... Oh, man, that's big brain. Okay.
Thing, you cannot take with the h-pawn your pins. You cannot take with the f-pawn because of the back ring. You have to move your king away. And to end the combination, black takes the rook, and essentially he's now up a rook in a piece. White has to recapture the rook, ruining the pawn structure. And black goes knight d2. He's up a knight. And at the end of the day, and this is what makes it perhaps, this is a bit of a damper on the combination. For a grandmaster, this position is resignable. Black has succeeded in simplifying the game, and if you look at the starting position, black seemed to be in trouble because his queen was hanging and his rook was hanging. So it's a way of liquidating the game into a position where you're simply a piece up.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I didn't consider G3 at all. I thought once you take with the queen, your only option was taking back with the rook. I didn't even think to deliver the check and fork.
There's so many different elements to this combination, which is what makes it really nice. Now, the problem is, and this is what modern sort of chess scholars have come up with, is that you didn't actually have to go queen G3. It's like always that asshole in the room who has to shoot down whatever accomplishments people are sharing. So those people came along, and they took a look at a lot of the games that were considered the most beautiful, and they basically concluded a lot of them were overblown. Because if you simply move your queen away from its attack, there's a problem. Why can't white take the rook? Thanks formally for the bits.
You still deliver the check on e2. He only has one retreat square, or two, the g2 or h1, and then you can just deliver another check there on e4, and that's winning.
It's not made yet. 3.
Yeah, but it's still a winning move, right?
Not quite. It's unclear because f3 and the rook is defending that pawn, so you're down an exchange here. So the reality is you have a fork. You've opened up the possibility for a fork by disrupting white's pawn structure on the king side.
Okay. So you're just going there to f3 then?
You go knight f3 check, attacking the king, attacking the queen. Then you take on g5, and you're up a queen for a rook, which is an overwhelming advantage.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that was a very long-winded explanation, but the move queen g3 is really, really famous. So to me, that's real beauty. You're putting the queen on a square where it can be captured by a million different pieces, and yet none of those captures work for whatever reason.
Thanks to the Prime Elder.
So anyways, I think this could be a nice segue into sort of the instructional phase. Where I actually want you to solve a certain set of problems. We're going to use that learning feature again on chess.com to qualify the types of problems that you solve into a particular category. And the reason I want to do it is to reinforce this concept of the order in which to do things. This is going to be experimental. I don't know if the problems that show up are going to be exactly the type that I want. But only if you're game for that. If you want to play more, you're totally the boss here. So
no, that sounds fine to me. What do you want? What do you want to see me solve?
So let me on my own stream go to your stream so that I can watch you. Just give me 1 second. So if you navigate over to whatever the puzzles are, and you click on learning, so I want you to do 4 move checkmates and advanced checkmates.
Okay.
Because,
Thanks
and the
to resub
reason
long
why
duck.
is when you have several moves to a checkmate, you have to get the order right. So we'll see how these problems look. Maybe they won't be. And I want you to also, actually, no, this is fine. This
Okay.
is fine.
So yeah, just run with these then.
Run with these, yeah. So let's begin.
Okay.
Oh, Anastasia's made, actually.
Yeah, so this is exactly what we just looked at, right? So then the order here is... No, that's not right.
Say, what move are you going to play?
Rook h3 to set that up.
You got the wrong order.
So okay, so it starts with the check.
If you can start with a check,
Okay.
you want to start with. Now, why won't you start with Rook h3? The reason is when a move you make sets a threat, but it's not a check, right? It's like telegraphing a pass in basketball. Somebody can get a steal by defending against that checkmate.
What defends that though? If I did go h3 to start, what can he defend within a single move?
Several ways. He can play Rook to e8 to defend that particular square with his rook. He can also push up one of his pawns in order to clear out one of a series of retreating squares for his king. Either g6, and then his king is going to have g7, or f6, and his king is going to have f7.
Gotcha. Okay, so then yeah.
So, in general, not all moves, which are not a check, give your opponent a chance to defend. We saw, for example, in your previous game, remember when you had that queen on h6 and the pawn on f6?
Yeah.
That was an example of something that's not a check, and yet he couldn't defend against mate. But that situation is a lot more rare than a situation in which you actually check him first.
Okay, well that makes sense to me then. Yeah, I guess maybe I thought a little too deep into it.
Nice. Okay. Now this one is, I suppose, a similar, thrust of it is similar, but different type of mating pattern.
Rook b7 check. He has to go to a8. So if I do rook b7, he only has one retreat square, which is a8. I actually can't do that. It's still protected by this rook anyway.
Yeah, exactly. B2. So you have to look at other forms of checkmating. Thank you.
So then does it start with the knight at c6 then?
Okay. Yeah. Yep. You drive the king into the corner, and now it's time to find the checkmate.
Okay, so then it's just that then. Okay, I see.
And what's the final move of the combination?
Yeah,
yep,
just a7.
There's a small delay when I'm watching your stream.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, that makes sense.
Perfect. So again, it starts with a check. You drive the king into the corner. You made him. Okay, this one is... We might have to raise the rating of the...
Yeah, I think this is just...
this is freaking
that was an
amateur hour weak sauce right here.
That was an 800. Jesus, Daniel, this is this.
Oh, much less than 800. I don't know who comes up with a. Oh my goodness! What the hell?
All right,
they're making you really good, Charlie.
Yeah, hold on. Let me back out and change these. You had me in the Weenie Hut Junior.
I really do. This is freaking.
All right, what do you want me to go at? I'm gonna throw it up to 1500.
These are 1 inch. I would go from the other end too. I would go like 1,000 to 1,500.
All right, sounds good.
I mean, be careful what you wish for, but I think.
Oh,
that's good.
Perfect. Oh, yum.
Are you freaking serious?
Yeah, it's 1,000. That's like a tough one.
What the hell? Do they have any other mates other than the scholar's mate?
That's the only mate.
Someone's getting fired over this.
It's the only mate that matters, bro. I don't know what
They have like 2 types of mate. They have the knight and the rook mate, and they have the scholar's mate. It's like nobody has invented any other mates before.
Okay, these...
Yeah, someone in my chat says it considers 4 move mate on move 4.
Thanks
yeah,
for the
that's
prime
basically
bees.
what they... Okay, this one is decent.
Yeah, so
but
this
still
one...
a little too easy for you.
So I think the combination starts. I take, he takes.
Yeah, this is a very good one in avoiding tunnel vision. This is called Bowden's checkmate.
Bowden's checkmate?
Yeah, named after a guy named Samuel Bowden. Not that that matters even... Not that it creates an iota of importance in your life, but in case you were pining for that information. This type of pattern, I mean.
That's checkmate. Okay. Yeah, because the d7 is protected by the rook, right? Okay.
Exactly. So you... and this is what you have to do. You look at pieces whose control of squares are opened up by moving other pieces.
That makes sense.
Nicely done. Keep going. Okay. We might need to raise this up a notch even further, actually.
Yeah, this is just checkmate right here, isn't it?
Yeah, they're giving you too many mates in one. Mate in ones. I don't know why. Yeah, we might have to do no advanced checkmates, just checkmates in 4, actually.
Okay, I mean that's fine.
Okay, but this one is good actually, so maybe I take it back. This one is a really good problem.
If I push this up, he takes, I take. That's just, that's not mate, he blocks. Does it start with a queen check? No. Because he just blocks with the knight.
Tough. What comes to mind?
So the first thing I looked at was pushing my f2 pawn up to f4 to free up this file. If he takes, I take with rook, it's check, but he just blocks with the knight, and I don't know.
Yep, good thinking. And the same, by the way, goes if you give, and I see some people in your chat are suggesting this move, queen f3 check.
Yeah, that
seems to be checkmate, but he blocks it with his knight.
Right,
so
yeah.
You need to find other avenues. You need to identify first and foremost the mating squares. Like, on which squares could you actually deliver the checkmate, and then how do you get your pieces there in a way where they cannot be essentially stopped?
Okay. Well, so what I looked at now is I don't think it would work because I'm pretty sure you don't have to take it. But if I threw bishop onto h6 to get rid of that defender right there, so then if he does, well, no, he still has bishop, so that doesn't even work anyway. He has 2 defenders if I did that. 3 really with queen.
Yeah, he's got a lot. So you need to create a checkmating threat right now. Like, you have only one chance right now before he gets the reinforcements in. And that's the sense of urgency with which you should be operating. So you have to create a mate threat with your next move. Stumped, aren't we?
Yeah,
finally
this is
the man himself.
This is kind of a tough one.
I can tell you the piece that moves if you want.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding it.
It is a queen move. So I scared you off a little bit by saying queen f3, but it is a queen move.
Well, the only place to even threaten I mean, I can threaten in multiple ways, but the place to actually check is only on f3, but that check he just blocks with the knight. Is it bringing the queen over to g4 and looking that way to punch? That wouldn't work.
But extend that even further. This move is not a check. So I said there's 2 categories. Usually it's a checking, but not always.
So it is h5 and then taking on that pawn at h7.
You're missing the mating square. The mating square is f7. Queen h5 threatens queen f7 checkmate.
Oh, I looked deeper. I looked at g8. Yeah, that makes no sense. You're right.
Really freaking deep.
Yeah, that's fucking dumb. I didn't even think of that. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, queen h7. And it's not over yet because he has 1 defense. Okay, no, he doesn't defend.
Well, the defense would just be bringing up the pawn.
Yeah, if you go down 2 moves on the using that arrow button. So
yeah, I brought it back. Whoops.
Yeah, so if he goes g6, this is a great exercise in identifying how the position has changed. Which new diagonals have opened up? Which new squares have opened up?
h6.
This is another application of Bowden's mate. You can go bishop h6 or queen h6, and both moves lead to checkmate, actually.
Yeah.
Excellent. So you see now, what do you think sort of caused the difficulty? Was it looking a little bit too deep, not surveying enough of the mating squares?
Yeah, I guess I just wasn't thinking far enough, maybe, would be the problem. I'm not really sure. I think I'm looking too much for a move that puts a check, and maybe that's the problem.
I gotcha. Well, this next one is really 5-head, so.
Yeah, so things I look at immediately is I can pin that pawn to the king there on f2 by bringing queen to b6. I don't know what the follow-up would be there. Could also bring the rook over to g5 to pin the g2 pawn to the king.
Not bad ideas, either of them. The problem is you're down a piece. So
Yeah.
You know, you need to rob a bank and you're trying to pick up a $10 bill off the floor. You need something extraordinary. And this is actually a form of Anastasia's mate. You can, if you're not too familiar with the pattern, and this training also is helping you learn common mating patterns, which is necessary to get to the next level.
Okay.
First move is actually a check.
Yeah, so it's the E2 check then.
There you go. And you saw something very similar in that Marshall game I showed you. So this next move after knight e2 check is the real 5-head move.
Yeah, so this is just this, yeah, and then this.
Show me the move because there's a little delay.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Nice. Let's do one or two more, and then we'll, I'll salvage you from this torturous solving.
No, these are helpful, man. I actually really think the puzzles here are super helpful.
The mating puzzles, I think, is what you really, really need. Okay, this one is tough. This one is because it involves several tactical themes rolled up in one.
Okay. Well, I think it starts by delivering this check at b5. He blocks with bishop. I take with knight. No, because he takes with knight. His knight's still defending the d7 square, and he also has the b8 knight defending it as well. It's just really reinforced.
Well, if he blocks with his bishop, you take with a knight, and then you give a discovered check with your queen. The problem is if you give bishop b5 check, he blocks with his knight.
Yeah, right. Well, so, yeah, saying yeah.
You need to identify in these positions, piece of it. Where is and I'm going to be a little bit vague here, so I'll explain it in a moment. Where is the sort of focus of the tension? Where is most of the tension contained? On which square, which piece? Which piece do you feel like is the most vulnerable from your opponent's side?
Well, the tension right now is on the E file here. We have an X-ray on his king. The bishop was pinned to it.
The bishop, exactly. The bishop on E6 is a very thin veil between the queen and the king, right?
Mm-hmm.
You should immediately start thinking about, okay, so what is defending that bishop on E6?
Only this pawn, but he can't take my knight if I take his pawn with my knight. So then the f7 pawn. If I take f7 pawn, he has no way. Well, he takes with the king actually, because it's not.
Okay, extend that calculation. Knight takes f7, king takes f7. In your head, what happens then? Reevaluate that position as if you're looking at a new board.
Then I can just come up and take bishop with queen protected by bishop.
Exactly right.
Okay.
So this is removing the defender essentially.
Right.
But you find this by identifying where the tension on the board is at its highest, right? Like it's not just a random. Oh, I see it. Well, at my level, this is like the multiplication tables, but there is a way of logically reaching the solution. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess I just stopped right after the king takes, and I thought that was just going to be the end of it.
So you do this sometimes, and I teach my higher rated students something called the 15-second rule. That applies to variations that you calculate 6-7 moves long, but you can do the same thing. Basically, it says when you're about to stop calculating and you're about to abandon a variation and think that it doesn't work, you take 15 more seconds afterward to make sure that you're not abandoning it too early.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
I know it's a little bit lame and everything, but trust me, it really, really works. Let's do one last one, and then I'll swoop in.
Ah, perfect. What a great one to finish off with.
Let's see. Oh, my fucking... Please don't tell me I'm seeing this. That doesn't count, asshole.
All right.
One.
Those are some... I like those puzzles. Those are nice ones.
Those are so instructive. Oh. Well, this one you better see.
Yeah, I think so, right?
And this is why the game of pattern recognition. What mate is this?
Yeah, this is the same. Anastasia's mate. Yeah.
Anastasia's mate. Yep, exactly. I think it's Anastasia's mate. It would be embarrassing if I were wrong.
You make me feel like such a fucking idiot.
I know you're like repeating what a GM said to you, and the GM doesn't know what he's talking about. He should be fired. All right, that's good for now. But if you get the hankering, if you get the Jones to solve alone, which I know you get basically every minute of every waking moment, if you check those boxes, what you really need work on, this will help you get the order of things right, is dealing with checkmates. Because with checkmates, the margin of error is very, very low. If you make a wrong move in the wrong order, you give your opponent a chance to defend against the mate.
Yeah, and that's where I struggle the most. I think when I typically fall apart in a game, it's because I'm chasing a checkmate and I just fuck something up.
Right, exactly. So let's go back into live chess, and we'll do sort of the second part of the instructional phase. And I don't want to keep you, so whenever you want to process this, you're welcome to.
All good, man. I'm going to take a piss real quick, though, before the next phase begins here.
Me too, actually. Yeah, we keep synchronizing our platters.
That is beautiful. Okay. Thanks for the resub, Come Villain.
All right.
I'll be right back.
2 minutes.
Sleep well, Spaghetti.
All right. Okay, so I'm back. Thank you guys all for your support and the subs.
You know what that sound means? It means I took a piss and I'm back. Thanks to the tier 1 label.
Faster than critical. Incredible. I mean, I always pee faster.
All right, I'm back.
All right.
It's a
so the
IKEA
other thing
chair.
I wanted to do with you is, again, introducing you to new forms of training, new types of positions. And I'm going to warn you, this is something that a lot of people consider to be a boring part of the game.
Oh, I thought it was going to be something more extreme. Like, I'm going to have to warn you, 20 people have died trying this training or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is only to be done by trained, it's like an ayahuasca retreat or something.
Yeah.
But basically, you know, I can just tell you this one word, and it conjures up images of painful dental operations, like root canals. This is the root canal of chess, and it is known by the word endgames. People just generally, especially younger players, they hate endgames. What is an endgame, first of all? I think that scholars have argued over the definition of an actual endgame, which is the final stage of the game for basically eternity. Because some people say endgames are any positions without a queen, right? But then I can paint you a position that has 2 rooks, 2 bishops, and 2 knights, and it has no queens. And is that really an endgame with that many pieces on the board? Nah, not really. That's a queenless middle game. But when I say endgames, what I really mean are any kind of positions which have essentially no more pieces left on the board. Only kings and, let's say, 1 or 2 more pairs of pieces. That's going to be sort of our definition of endgames, that if we work on endgames for an extended period of time, eventually we will get to those types of positions. But what I want to start with are basic endgames. And I want to teach you a couple of endgames that you basically have to know. And through the lens of that, I'm going to introduce you to some basic endgame principles.
Okay. I mean, that sounds fine.
Now, basically when we were looking at mates, right, elementary mates like rook against king and queen against king, those are endgames as well. Like I was teaching you types of endgames. It's just that those fell under the category of basic mates. And now I'm going to teach you actual endgames. And today we'll only do one type of endgame. I don't want to overwhelm you. And let me invite you to another analysis board. And
thanks to the resub, Dodo.
Okay, so here. 1 moment. Hope your P was uneventful.
Yeah, no, it was.
Sorry, I didn't ask about it. I normally ask about.
It's all right. I can forgive it.
My students' lives, but.
Did you send me the?
Give me a second. I'm sending it right now.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I didn't miss it.
I just sent it.
Okay, yeah. Exit tier 1 wall face.
In the position.
In the prime, your mum.
All right, so flip this so that you're facing the white pieces.
Okay, I'm already there.
Now, as you can see, there's only kings and a pawn left.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people, when they look at a position like this, they assume draw because
they
assume that you cannot win this game with one pawn that's like on d2, right? And pawns are going this way. So believe it or not, who's the side that is to move is the side that's able to sort of perform to their desired result. If it is white to move in this position, white wins with best play.
Okay.
If it is black to move in this, he draws with best play.
Thanks for the 5 gifts.
I want to show you why, and through that, I want to introduce you to one very, very important endgame concept. That concept is called opposition. Now, obviously, that means absolutely diddly squat to you right now.
Whoa! Don't be saying that. I know what that means. We've gone over opposition when we did the knight. Yeah, the rook king checkmate.
Oh shit, we did. Yeah,
I know about
also
opposition.
Involves a form. Holy shit, man! I underestimated your abilities yet again. I apologize.
Thanks for the prime.
Okay, so Mr. Smarty Pants, why don't you go ahead and start in the winning position then?
Okay.
You know everything about. Why don't you also teach me how to beat, Hikaru and all of my opponents as well?
Well, think about it. I mean, you'll have to pay for my tutoring services, of course. I can't just.
With pleasure.
Yeah,
so
I just give it away.
So let's do the first step first. If it's white to move here, how do you actually claim the opposition? Can you get control of the opposition here?
Yeah, it's pushing up 2, right?
So what I mean with opposition is king opposition. It's actually a king move.
Oh, well, I mean, the only way to get opposition here, though, is by going to d3.
Yes, exactly. King to d3. That is actually the only move that wins you the game.
Really?
Yes. And a lot of people, when they look at this position, they don't know the technique. They assume that you have to push the pawn up because that's ultimately what you have to do in order to win the game. You have to make a queen. So they assume, well, why don't I start? But why am I procrastinating with pushing the pawn up? But let me first show you what happens when you first push the pawn up. And the rule of thumb here is whenever the pawn is in front of the king, that is bad for you. If the pawn is in front of the king, that means the position is no longer winning. And there's one exception to that, which is, if the pawn is on the 7th rank, but we'll get to that. So let me show you how this unfolds. Okay, black goes king d6, you go king e4, black goes king e6. You keep pushing the pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
You keep pushing the pawn, you keep chasing the king away, everything's going smoothly, perfect. I'm about to make a new queen, and then we run into a very interesting situation. We run into this position. And here black has to be very accurate in order to draw the game. So black has 2 moves. He has king e8 and he has king d8. One of those moves loses and one of those moves draws. I will give you sort of the parameters that you're trying to fulfill, and I want you to find black's best move. What black has to do is be the one to step into the opposition. black cannot let white be the one to step into the opposition. So with that in mind, which move do you think black should play?
Well, then the only move that works there is d8, right? Because if you go e8, he pushes the pawn, it puts him in check, and then you go to d8, which then lets the white king get into the opposition, right?
There was a lot wrong about what you just said and very little right. So if you push the pawn up to d7, number one, you can just take the goddamn.
Oh, right. Jesus.
You know, it's like those scenes where someone's killed and then that person comes back and like steps on him one more time.
Right.
Also given black, well, I guess black does have the opposition here as well. So not only have you given up your only hope to win, you have also granted the opposition to black.
Yeah, right. Is that not the lesson you were teaching me?
Well, I mean, maybe you're testing me actually in some like twisted form of the word. The other problem is if you go king d6, you can shout to the whole world that you have opposition, but I'm going to shout to the whole world that I'm stalemated. So opposition is only good if your opponent actually has legal moves that he can play. Okay, mm-hmm. I can make my apartment into a country and claim that I'm the president of this country, but nobody's going to give a shit. Just like nobody gives a shit about opposition here. It's stalemate. Does it make sense that it's stalemate?
Yeah.
So the problem with the move d7 is that, well, he can take the pawn or he can go to d8. So I want you to directly grab the opposition here with white in this position.
Yeah, so it's just cutting off the pawn then at d7, right?
I'm looking to see if you have the same. Yeah, so white to move here.
White
move steps into opposition with a king?
Oh, I'm sorry.
White's move.
I thought you were okay. I thought you were still testing me on the best move for black, so it's just coming here.
You've already failed that test. So
yeah, I was wondering why we're going back.
It's come and gone, just like the Midnight Express. Yeah, so you made the right move. I see on your stream it didn't convey, but and now you win the game because black has to step out of the opposition, and now you can make your favorite move, which is what?
Yeah, now we're just pushing the pawn, right?
Pushing the pawn up. Now you're basically smoking the king out of its perch on d8.
Fat 10 gift sub, CJ.
He has to go to c7, and now how do you pave the way for the pawn to go even further forward?
I obviously just can't push him. Do I bring the king up first to e7?
There you go.
Okay.
And that speaks to one of the most important concepts in all endgames, which is that the king now acquires superpowers, right? The whole middle game, the king is trying not to get mated. But when most pieces are gone from the board, yes, the king is a lame piece, but you still have to use it because that is the only piece you have at your disposal in those types of positions. So king activity is a crucial aspect of the endgame. You have to keep your king active in most of these positions. So does that kind of intuitively make sense? And then, the king moves up and you make a queen and the game is over.
Right, yeah. There's nothing you can do, yeah.
So with that in mind, where does black's king then have to go in this position in order to avoid that scenario?
So we need to claim that first, right? So we need to be...
Yeah, so you need to be the one to step into. That's how I think you can think about it to make it easier. Black needs to be the one to step into the opposition with white's king.
So it's still, it is d8, right? Like you have to drop the king to d8. Okay.
It is d8, exactly. So king e6 is met with what move?
Then we go to e8.
Exactly. And white, as per your, expert opinion, can claim opposition here with king d6, but this is what?
This is now a stalemate.
Right. So this is the ideal situation for black. That white has to force black either into stalemate or give up his last pawn. Like white can move the king away, but then he gives up the pawn. So the reason why you don't want to keep your pawn in front of the king is because eventually by force, you get funneled into this situation. You can shift this pawn to the right. You can shift this pawn to the left. It doesn't matter where you shift this pawn. The same exact rules prevail. Black has to be the one to step into opposition. And if he does, the game is then drawn.
So to go all the way back to the beginning, why do you need to get into opposition first to begin? It seems like it only really matters when you get it to the 7th rank.
So let's talk about it. And it's going to be the same concept repeated on every rank. You step into the opposition and you perform a technique called out-shouldering. It's almost like the king has a shoulder and you're shouldering black's king away from its control over certain key squares. So black has many moves, which we'll use the move king e5 for illustrative purposes. Now, you can keep dancing around with the opposition, but you're not getting anywhere. So you have to kind of make some ground with your king. So you go king c4. And your goal is to pave the path for the pawn. It's like unrolling the red carpet with the king. It's like the president stepping down from the plane and the military officer standing there. That's the role that the king plays with the pawn. The king wants to be to the side of the pawn, ideally, controlling the key squares that the pawn advances to.
Okay, that makes sense.
So how does that actually work? Let's say black goes king e4. Okay, I guess that's opposition, but it's side opposition. It's not important. Is it now time to move the pawn? And if so, how many squares? Outflanking, I guess. The outshouldering is, I guess, the Russian term for it. Outflanking.
Yeah. So, is there a reason why you wouldn't push up 2 squares? Because I'm not seeing
no.
it. Okay.
You do push it up 2 squares. I go king f5. And now this is, again, an application of the key principle. You could push the pawn up. This technically does win. But for instructional purposes, you want to keep controlling the squares with the king. So where do you think white can put his king?
Well, you get opposition there at d5, but it's kind of a worthless opposition. So do you just bring it up to c5?
Exactly. And after king e6, you want to avoid the nightmare scenario. If you bring your pawn up 1 square, the pawn is on the same rank as the king. Black's king gets back to d7. So don't let the king get back to d7.
Okay, so then we need to cut that off by bringing the king up to c6.
Bingo. The king goes to e7.
Now we just bring the pawn up.
Now we have a problem. We bring the pawn up. Very nice. Black has 2 possible moves that we're going to analyze. King d8 and king e8. If he goes king d8, we've reached one of the crucial positions we talked about. Now white has to sidestep a mistake and make an only move. Does he get opposition or does he push the pawn up?
Well, opposition right here wouldn't matter, right? Because our pawn's not on the right rank for that to be a player, right? So
not sure. Opposition would matter. If you go d6, is this a familiar situation? Black has got an opposition.
Right.
You get stalemate again. So you do have to get opposition.
Okay.
And the reason you get opposition is because
bits,
black can't pass. Black would like to pass a move here, but he can't. He has to move his king to one of the sides, and then you move the white king to the other side. So king e8 is met with what move? You go the opposite direction in order to pave the way for the pawn now.
Yeah, so now we just go back to c6, right?
But not c6, because c6 won't control the queening square.
Yeah, c7.
And now we are safe to do what? We can basically close our eyes and do this.
Yeah, now we're just bringing the pawn up.
All the way to d8.
Yeah.
So remember, this is the ideal situation. You get the king on c7, and you have the pawn on d5, and you can just push it up all the way. Now, same exact thing happens on the other side if king c8 is played. What does white do here?
Now we're bringing it to e7.
Bingo. And then d6, d7, d8. Okay. So this is it all seems a little detached from reality, but this is all going to make sense, and it's all going to come together in your mind. Trust me. I taught this 1 or 2 times before.
I can tell.
You're doing a good job. This is hard to teach. Actually, if you want to know, I'll give you a little insight into the coach's laboratory. These endgames, for me, are among the hardest to teach well because there's so many rules, and they don't all make intuitive sense. So I have to make them all make sense and then help you put them all together. So if I'm doing a bad job, I want to hear about it. I'm actually not as experienced with this. See, I'm learning too.
No, I mean, that all made sense to me.
Okay, so I want you to start from... And see, another reason this is hard to teach. Black has many moves in any particular positions. The rules about how you play stay the same, but black can sidestep in various different ways. For example, let's say black plays king to d6. White to move. Try to make a couple of accurate moves now in this position. Okay, I'm going to go king c6. This is where you need to make a really 5-head move. Because every fiber in your body is probably urging you to push the pawn 2 squares.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just hovering to.
I'm not even looking at your stream, but I'm sure you're hovering over that square.
Yeah, I was. So
but remember, it's not how it looks, because now the pawn and the king are on the same file. That is fucking bad. Why is it bad? Because we've talked about this scenario before. Now you start pushing the pawn is in front of the king, the worst case scenario, which means black always gets the opposition here. White has no way to force the opposition, then we get the nightmare scenario.
Okay, so I didn't realize that was in perpetuity. So if you do get them on the same file there before you get to the 7th rank, it's always going to be black's opposition?
exactly how it works. So here, counterintuitively, you push the pawn not 2 squares,
one
square. And the idea is that so you can then grab the opposition with what move?
Yeah, now we're just going here to d4. Okay.
And then you start what's called the outflanking procedure. Wherever black's king moves, you move to the other side. I think in soccer there exists that very same concept. Like pretty sure I've seen like Lionel Messi do that, where he like fakes his opponent out. You go one way and I go the other way.
Okay.
You go one. You can actually do that again. That would be a mistake. I get opposition.
Oh, right.
As many times as you can to pave as many squares as possible.
I didn't mean to move that, by the way.
Problem. I see you play king d5. Yeah. So king c7.
Whoop.
Yeah, it sometimes auto syncs weirdly. Okay, king c5. I'm gonna go king d7. We're gonna keep dancing.
Yeah. I didn't mean.
Oh. You let me into opposition. You let me into opposition. So in this position, in this position,
and then it's going opposite.
You need to keep faking him out. You need to keep going opposite.
Okay.
Yep. Exactly. King e6.
All right, that makes sense then. Okay.
And the reality is only when you have, and this is, I want you to hammer this rule in your head, only when the king has reached the 6th rank can you actually start pushing the pawn. So what that means is king e6, I go king d8. Now you don't need to do that thing one more time. You can actually start pushing the pawn.
And that's because you have no tiles to drop back on, right?
Exactly. That's just the way the geometry of the board works. And you can actually push the pawn all the way to d7. You don't have to. Here you can do that outflanking procedure again. I want you to actually do that. Perform that outflanking procedure.
All right.
Yep. And if the king goes to e8, okay, you're learning this pretty fast. But because the king has reached the 6th rank, there's another cool thing you can do, which is actually, no. Can you push the pawn to d6? Is that a possible move? Sorry, I actually miscalculated this at first.
Yeah, because you can't grab opposition, right? Or, I mean, you can, but it's not going to be...
Calculate this out.
Let me see.
So king e8, what does white do?
Wait, what move is being played right now?
Let's say black goes king to e8.
Okay.
Who wins? Does white win, or is this a draw?
Push the pawn, check.
Pawn check, king d8.
Yeah, and then d8. Yeah, that's just going to be a draw then. That's a stalemate, right? Because then I can't leave.
That's exactly right. So instead of this, you have to go king d8. You have to pave the way. But what you can do is you orchestrate this procedure until the king is on the 6th rank. Then you can push the pawn up to the 5th rank, and then you can do the same thing again.
Thanks to tier 1 swig.
Okay?
Okay.
Now, there's one more interesting thing, which is that if you push the pawn up to the 5th rank, I'm just making a bunch of random moves for illustrative purposes.
Okay, all right, yeah.
I'm just trying to get the right situation here. So here. So we need the king on e8. We need this position with white to move. Okay, so sorry. Yeah, so in this position, sorry, that took me a long time to actually do.
Thanks for the tier
This is one of the exceptions to the rule. If black grabs opposition while the pawn is on the 5th rank, white actually can push the pawn up 2 squares and win the game. Because what happens is, we'll try it.
Yeah, you only have one move, right? You can only do one move back and forth, right?
Now I go here. We had this before. Now you can control the promoting square with your king.
Yeah.
Exactly, in d8 queen. So there's really, I guess we can break this down into three separate processes. One is outflanking, where you claim opposition and then you go the opposite way to pave more squares for that pawn to go. You do that until the king reaches the 6th rank. Then you push the pawn up to the 5th rank, and depending where black's king is, you either push it all the way to the 7th rank, or you do that procedure one more time to control the final promoting squares.
There's the resub gray.
Now, you might ask, well, why don't we just fucking get this over with until why don't we just get it over with here? Why don't we just, like, do this, and then this, right? You know what? You see what I'm saying? And then this. And the problem is, well, you could do that. The problem is the pawn is now a little bit too far away. So black goes king e7, you go d4, and black goes king e6, and all of a sudden he catches the pawn. So that's why you want to stop when you're here and then start pushing the pawn up to the 5th rank so that the king can't catch the pawn. So that's why you do those things in that order.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it's very tricky, but let's try to do it from the start. And I guarantee you the things are going to just, all of them are going to come together. You do this once and you'll never forget it again. I want you to start from this position and try to win the game with white.
Okay. Are you seeing the moves or not? Because I feel like I just got left on red.
Yeah, you did get left on red, but I'm reading your actual stream as well, so
Okay.
it should eventually synchronize. Okay. For now, I'm just manually executing the moves.
Cool. All right.
Stream. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Oh, now you have opposition forever.
Continue the procedure.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job so far. Sorry, that scream was unwarranted.
It also desynced the game, you fucking asshole.
Yeah, fuck. What did I do? It unsettled that, I don't even know what to compare it to. There's like gerbils running that are keeping this running. I scared them off.
Yeah, now I'm at the 6th rank. Now I push it up. Yeah, I was just one.
I don't know if I'm ever going to give you another lesson again. I don't appreciate being spoken to like that.
Thanks to the Prime main. Well, that's what you sign up for. 6th rank opposition's not a problem.
Exactly. I like that you actually grasped that, but this is where you need to be very careful.
Yeah, so then this is where...
The third step, you want to perform that procedure again.
Yeah.
Surgery. And now the surgery is over. Yep, black has been successfully lobotomized, and you promote the queen.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Very, very nice. Now, the one comment I wanted to make, you actually did this in the very five-head manner. Here you played d3. You don't need to do that. You can go king to c5, and you can continue the procedure. And if king e5, here you make what move? Here there's side opposition, so you can already start pushing the pawn up 2 squares.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, that makes sense.
And what move in this position?
Do I just bring the pawn up again? Because on the same file wouldn't matter in this position, would it?
It does. It's not on the 6th rank yet. Then king goes back to e7.
Right.
We on the 5th rank. So here you have to continue that procedure until you're on the 6th rank.
Right. Okay. So then I'm just bringing the king up to c6.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
King c6, king e7. Now complete the process.
Okay, now this is when we just push it up because we're on the 6th rank. Or do I just want to keep doing the procedure now, or does it not really matter?
Procedure, we run into a situation I painted to you earlier, like the king tries
too far.
So you have to push the pawn up 1 more square and then complete the procedure.
Got it. Okay.
Yep, exactly. Like king e8. Beautiful. So you got it done. You got it done. Now do you see why in the starting position, if it were black to move here, what move would black play? Now, I'm going to get this position with black to play using something called triangulation. Okay, black to move. Solved.
Thanks to the prime spaz and the resub sheesh.
Now try to draw this with black.
Yeah, now I'm just grabbing opposition, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and then I'm just...
And basically, you're keeping the king as close as possible to the pawn. You're never going backward when that's unwarranted. You're staying as close as possible. Exactly. Nice.
Yeah, because I'm looking for a stalemate, right?
Exactly. And this is the only position where you have to be careful. You have to... Yep, nice. And fast, too.
Yeah, no, I think I understand this positioning now, because now this is stalemate.
Very, very nice. You got it down for both colors. Now, I'm going to blow your mind a little bit. This is actually very easy to understand. There's only one scenario where all of this is void. Null and void. That is if you have a corner pawn. And you'll actually see the reason for this very, very quickly. If I translate this position like 3 squares to the left and I get a corner pawn, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to do that right now using several magical devices that I have at my disposal.
Okay. Mod tools or whatever.
You will see, and the chat will be so just enthralled by what the transformation that's about to happen on your screen that they will all abandon you. I will have 5,000 subs gifted right about now.
I see. One of those kind of moves.
Countdown from 5.
Kind of move that just steals the soul from your wallet, eh?
Exactly. The credit cards are out in force, and here we go.
Whoa, look at this guy.
It's what a transformation, right? This should be in the Louvre Museum.
I appreciate that, bulldozer.
So it doesn't matter whose move it is. This is a draw.
Take it easy,
it doesn't matter how many freaking pawns there are on the A file. It's a draw. And the reason why is because, unfortunately, there's no letter before A. So you have opposition. Again, you can cry to your you can shout to the world that you have opposition, but you can't move the king to that blue part, or in your case, the black part. You see what I'm saying? You cannot perform the outflanking procedure because there's no airspace. There's no real estate to do it in.
That's interesting. So in this position, is it best just to force the stalemate or offer a draw?
Offer a draw or force the stalemate. Yeah, most people like they might play along and they might blah 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 blah. I mean, they might do all of this, but then eventually they force stalemate. And the funny thing is, and it blows a lot of people's minds, but the reality is there's nothing impressive about this concept at all. I can set up this position. 1 second, I'm pasting it in, and it's just as much of a draw as any other position. This one. This is also a draw. Now, in the old days, if you ran this position on an engine or on a computer, it would say that white is completely winning because white is up 5 pawns. Holy shit. But then you look at it, and the reality is this doesn't give you any added power to what you can do. You can defend the pawn, but you won't be able to smoke black's king out of the corner square. Again, because there's no real estate, there's only stalemate. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So all of what I just taught you is only valid from the B to the G file. On the A and H files, it's almost like one of those things like Newton's theory is invalid at like high speeds or whatever. That's where Einstein comes in. On the A and H files, the rules of the endgame work completely differently. So anything that I tell you about the endgame as we go forward, usually if we translate whatever I say to the corner files, things work completely differently by a completely different set of rules. So does that sort of make sense?
One chanted. Yeah, it makes sense to me. I'm just trying to look at ways that maybe it's not a draw, but there's really no way of planting your king on b7 or anything, is there?
Even if black is like a monkey, this is a draw. Like the only circumstance under which black does not actually draw is if he deliberately plays king to c8.
Panics.
Thanks, Horse, for the sub and the kind message. Yeah, exactly. So king a8, and you can start giving away your pawns. Now we get a very, very funny scenario where black just mows down each pawn in succession, and white has to stand and watch. This is like the best example of like big dick, small dick I've ever seen. Like white just has to like go around and watch as black just gobbles everything up. This is like stealing your lunch money kind of king. Except in chess, you want to do that.
That's adorable, man. All right. So pawn on the rim is grim as well when it comes to endgame.
Pawn on the rim is grim, just like knights, exactly. So that is your introduction to what's called theoretical endgames. These are like the openings of the endgame. You know, openings are studied by people. These endgames have been studied by people, and so the techniques of winning them and drawing them are already known to the world. And there have been hundreds of books written on these types of endgames, which you kind of have to study and memorize. You have to memorize a ton of these endgames because they actually arise in your games. For you don't get a lot of endgames, so this might be a little bit less central. But when you improve at chess, when you improve at endgames, you also learn a lot of themes that you can then apply in middle games and openings as well.
That makes sense. How many, at the Grandmaster level, how many of them come down to an endgame?
I'm sure that would actually be a very interesting statistical question. I would say probably at least like 1 in 5.
Okay, so it is still pretty sizable.
I'm looking at my games right now, and I can tell you the longest game I ever played on record, and I've probably played longer games that are not in my database, 145 moves.
Holy shit.
This was in Vegas 2014. I was playing another Grandmaster from China. This was an endgame. And let me paste this game, and I can show you what endgame this reached. 145 moves. Yeah, that was definitely the longest game in chess history, in recorded chess history, I think was 249 moves.
Well, computers play those constantly, though, right? Like most computer games are like 200, 300 moves, right?
Exactly, because the advantages are so marginal that it takes so long to like flesh everything out. Mm-hmm. Not 200, 300, but computer games regularly go out to 100 plus games because they also never agree to draws. You know what I'm saying? They always play it out until the end. So by definition, you're going to have longer games. I don't know if you see me pasting it.
No. Well, I see the 5 pawns again.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's one of those things. I'm going to have to close that board.
Okay.
Close that board.
Yeah, just
Thank you,
reinvite me.
Bulldozer Bandit. Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
Why didn't that close?
Yeah, with PGNs for some reason it doesn't. Okay, let me try to reinvite you. One sec.
Hikaru had a 270 move
game. If it doesn't
game?
work, then yeah, well, I'll just paste the position. Okay.
I got it.
Let's see. I'm looking at your stream to see what you see. Yep. Fuck, you saw it and then it disappeared. Like it was there for a flashing moment, and then now you see like the original game.
This isn't the one?
Yeah, like on your stream it briefly showed up and then it disappeared.
Yeah, you can invite me again, I guess.
Try one more time. If it doesn't work, I'll just show you the final position. Sorry for the...
That's all good, man.
Let me close out of it myself. And the chess.com devs have been on this for years. It doesn't quite seem to be a fixable problem. Okay.
I think I've accidentally spoiled the season finale. Is the end game with black 1 rook 1 bishop, white 1 rook 1 pawn?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly it.
Thanks for the
Set
resub
position
artichoke.
PGN. And now let me invite you one more time. If not, I'll just paste in the final position to show you what the end game was.
All right. Well,
okay,
just
now you see it.
This is it. Okay.
You wait. The last game that you had, could you open that other one up? Like you have 2 games open right now. Could you open the other one up?
Yeah, this one.
Like it's on the right hand toolbar.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. That's it. So that was fucking hell. Okay. So I guess
well,
there's some sort of weird delay. But basically, this was like the type of endgame that we had reached. And we played this position out for another 60 moves. And basically, I was black, so I had the rook and the bishop, and he had the rook and the pawn. I won his pawn eventually. And that is a theoretical draw. So that position, despite black having an extra bishop, with best defense is a draw. Black does not have enough resources to win. And it's considered to be one of the hardest draws to make in chess from a human perspective. And my freaking opponent sat there and defended it for 2+ hours and made that draw. And I made him work for every fucking penny. We finished at about 3 a.m. And guess what happened at 9 a.m. the next day?
Yeah.
Next damn game.
Yeah, baby.
Life of a chess player. So this was 149 moves, and I've had a couple of games lasting over 100 moves. 128 moves in Spain. I had a game. Yeah, so 108 moves. I had about maybe 10 or 15 games. So sorry, that was a very long-winded answer to your question, but essentially, lots of games reach the end game. End games are a crucial phase of the game. Tons of books have been written on end games. I've dabbled in that as well, but again, its primary use is as toilet paper. But end game, it's like the going to the dentist. Like you have to do it, and there's no way around it. If you're a strong player, tons of your games reach the end game because the differences in strength between you and your opponent just aren't that vast. Sorry, I feel like I talked for like 45 minutes just now.
No, you're all good. Did you change the position or?
No, it's not working because like I'm looking at your stream and you see the correct position, but I'm not able to make any moves. But we just made like 50 random moves here. I tortured him forever.
I can see some of them. Wait, did you guys chase kings around?
Oh yeah, you can't see them. Wait, no. It's like super glitchy. It's like superimposing one game on top of another game. Like this is so weird.
So,
no. We didn't have this. We played with rook and bishop against king. You're clicking on the top computer line.
Okay.
Like king moves. This is fascinating. Keep doing this. I'm watching your stream and I want to see how this ends up. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't. They just go endlessly forever.
No, I was sarcastic, asshole.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you've got a weird fetish.
Yeah, for those bear king positions. Oh man, show me more of them.
Yeah, it's 46 moves of just king positions.
That's a folder on my computer. I don't let anybody access. Just like segments of games that had bear kings.
Ooh, yum.
I know, man. Just don't mention this to anybody because I cherish it with all of my heart. So,
Jesus.
Yeah. This is just fascinating. I can't even look at your stream. I might lose it, so I need to switch to...
Yeah, I don't know how to find your moves, but it showed me a couple of moves there before it went down this...
Yeah, exactly. But you get the hang of it. It was like just long games. And the longest game in history, over 200 moves. It went into the next day. And like tempers flare up when you play these long games. Like, I remember there was some like the longer the game goes, the more annoyed. Like when your opponent sniffles or something, the more annoyed you get. And then obviously the next day you're just a zombie. So tournaments are just thankless things.
So did you not have like a time limit, or did you manage to play like 100 whatever moves in that time limit?
So the thing is, this tournament was played with an increment. So every move you made, you added an additional 30 seconds in your clock.
Oh,
this
God.
Is actually the drawback of increment, because you can basically play these endless games and your time doesn't run out. We were also playing for a ton of money. The top prize in this tournament was $100,000.
Oh.
This was called the Millionaire Chess Challenge. It was one of the few open tournaments with such a big prize. And there were like hundreds and hundreds of competitors, tons of grandmasters.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
And the top four participants, the top four players in the standings at the end of 7 games, they went into the final 4 to basically play for the big prizes. And I showed this on my stream, but I tied for 4th place after 7 games with 4 other grandmasters. So that very same evening, this is like 24 hours after this massive long game was played, we played a tiebreaker mini tournament to see who would get that 4th spot. And I choked on the crucial game. That was one of the only time. This was covered on air. This was live streamed. I've shown my stream, like the actual game on tape, like me actually playing that crucial tiebreaker game. And I actually accidentally, I lost it. So I didn't quite qualify for the final 4.
That sucks.
Was like anything you just experienced. It's like crushing, absolutely crushing.
Fuck, that sounds miserable. Yeah, 4th place would have been what, like 20 grand?
I would be guaranteed at least 20 grand. Yeah, if I qualified into the final 4. So I lost.
Actually, 20 gift subs.
That was the most money I've ever lost with one chess game. I lost about. I think my final prize in the end was about 5K. So I lost at least 15K with like 3 moves. So the people who think chess is just like
appreciate that, Roadhouse. Thank
not
you, man.
high stakes game. Like take that as an example of why chess players are stressed all the time. Yeah.
Well, I mean, chess has like good sponsors and stuff, right? Like I know it's kind of a meme, but Hikaru's allegedly worth $44 million. So,
I'll put it this way: the top of the top make a good living. So the top 10 chess players in the world make a good living, but then it like asymptotically goes down. Like for me, if I were to only play in tournaments and I would not coach, I would not stream, I would basically be on the streets of Charlotte,
where you belong. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like the vermin that I am.
Yeah.
And the reality is, a lot of European players, Eastern European players, are able to make a living because the salaries there are obviously, they can win 1 or 2 tournaments a year, 10, 15K, and that's enough for them to survive in America. Unfortunately, chess at the grassroots level, at the level of 100th in the world, where I am approximately, very, very, you have to make a living as a coach. You have to kind of be a chess businessman or other stuff. So there are sponsors. It's getting better, but I would say it's still nowhere near other sports.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah. So, well, this is fascinating. I mean, if you have any other questions that have been answered, I was thinking maybe we could finish off with like one or 2 games.
Sure, man. Yeah, I'll hop in the pool. Thanks to the Prime openly right there.
I love talking about this, as you can tell. Like I feel like I'm going too. I'm probably boring the hell out of your chat. But
no, man. I think most people find it interesting. It's a perspective you don't typically get to hear.
Yeah, it's a very niche, just like Bear King fetishes. It's a very niche field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're playing Caladian 87. Does that guy have any teeth? Jesus.
Oh, that was stuck in my throat for a while.
People in your chat are too kind to me. I'm just seeing the outpouring of support.
Yeah, so that's a good question from the chat, though. Who did win the 100K? Well, they didn't win 100K, but...
I named Wesley So. He is now ranked in the top 10 in the world. Yeah. And back then he was also in the top 10 in the world. So basically the pre-tournament favorite one.
Gotcha. We've gone over this, but I don't quite remember. Is this best to just chase that away at A3 or just keep developing?
He's indirectly attacking your E4 pawn. He wants to remove its defender by capturing your knight. So you have to lend further reinforcement to the pawn on E4.
Right. Okay, so then it is still just developing where I push this pawn up to D3 here and then look to develop bishop next.
Yep, exactly. Okay. Exactly right. Okay, well, he's very proud of himself that he ruined your pawn structure. But that, again, we discussed this. He's also given up a very important bishop.
Yeah. Okay.
So D5.
Yeah, so now I'm just looking to bring bishop either. Do I want to bring bishop back? Because holding this knight pin doesn't do me much good, which we've gone over. So I just want to bring it back to B3, right?
missing the forest for the trees, though. He's also attacking your pawn on e4 twice, and you're only defending it once. So you actually have to release the tension here.
Really? Okay, so I just have to take the pawn then?
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah. Otherwise, he wins the pawn. He takes the pawn with his pawn, and then he takes that with his knight.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I just didn't even notice that.
Right. Now he's attacking your pawn on c3.
Yeah, hanging pawn.
Really 5-head move and sacrifice it for development. That would be the next level of play.
Sacking the pawn to develop?
Yeah, so just basically proceeding as if nothing is happening and just continuing to develop.
Okay.
Because notice, if he takes the pawn, that puts his knight on an awkward square where you could attack it with your queen. So, okay, so bishop g5, he goes, wow, he's playing instantly.
So in this position here, dropping it back, I could get trapped because he does have that pawn that he could eventually get to f4.
So drop it back such that it also defends the c3 pawn.
Yeah. So then I just want to bring this bad boy back all the way to here.
Nice. Now you have the two bishops. You've weakened his position. He's pushed his pawn out to f6. He's playing very well so far, but you can keep developing.
Yeah. So him now pushing this bishop. What does this do? When he can't really move this knight anywhere where he doesn't get taken, so the knight's not going anywhere. So I don't
keep developing.
What's that?
Keep developing.
Yeah. So now I just want a castle.
Bingo. Yeah. So this is okay, queen e7.
So I'll tell you what I was looking at. So it looks, I think he's gonna want a castle long here. I was looking at just bringing rook to b1 preemptively and maybe forcing him to castle short where it's weaker.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. That's a great move, putting the rook on an open file. He might still castle long and defend that pawn. Okay, he doesn't.
No.
Now his knight on c6 has lost its support, so you have the option of attacking it.
Yeah, so now I can just bring my bishop over here to b5, which now pins it, and he has nothing to defend it. He'll have to move either his bishop or his queen.
Yeah, that introduces more awkwardness in his position. You can maybe attack the other knight with your pawn. I mean, things start to roll downhill for him here already.
Okay, so he's defending. What I was looking at next is bringing my pawn on c3 up to c4, attacking the knight, but more so bringing up the diagonal for my bishop at d2 to attack queen on d4.
Yeah, that's all exactly right. Bingo. Sorry, I got excited, but that, like, both of the moves, the follow-up moves, and also bishop to b4, noticing that he can't take that bishop with his knight because that knight is pinned. So once his other knight moves, that square is free to go to.
Perfect.
And notice how you've put your rook on b1. Now it serves the purpose of supporting that bishop. Otherwise, he would have taken it with his queen. And now focus on that knight on c6. You want that knight to lose its support. So think about what you want to do next.
Right. So I'm imagining he's going to... Yeah, so now he has that knight only defended by that one knight. So now I just want to take knight with bishop, and then I win a king. All right, I win the knight, and then I'm attacking the rook. Yeah.
Win the king. Can you tell me about how to win kings? Because I really want to do that.
Again, you'll have to pay for my tutoring services.
Okay, well, maybe you'll cut me a discount.
I'll think about it.
I'd be honored. So, very nice. This was like a great stretch of play. This is like how I would have done it. Bishop b5, c4, bishop b4, takes c7. You see how harmonious your play has become?
Yeah, I genuinely think like taking breaks in between has been great to like refresh my fucking eyes.
The hunger is there, and like, your training is more targeted, and you're just playing great. I mean, you're finding all these ideas, but it's also like not about the quantity. I never trained for more than like an hour a day. So I went to school, I had basketball and shit. So like, I always don't buy this thing where people say, "Oh, you have to train 7-8 hours a day."
Really appreciate the fat 20 gift subs, man.
Chess is not a game. Okay, he doesn't even take your bishop back.
Yeah, so that's probably the best move for him, right? Otherwise, I was going to win a rook out of that too. So now I just need to drop my bishop back to keep that out of harm's way. He can keep the queen there. Now, does it matter what square I put him on between b4 and a3?
The less contact, the better. So put it on a square where it's safe. You've gotten the kill.
Mm-hmm.
Just just bring it back. Shelter that bishop because there's a.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna bring it back to b4 then.
Okay, I would bring it to a3. Less contact.
Really?
B4 bishop is pressured by his knight. Now you saying the knight can't move? Yes, but why open up that possibility even later? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's fair. That makes sense.
Bingo. Bishop a3.
Okay, looking to chase away bishop here.
So go ahead and move.
So now I'm just bringing back to a4. I'll still hold this, and then I'll just end up dropping him back anyway. So he can't trap it or anything because I have a pawn protecting it. Actually, the resub tank.
He made a nice move here, actually. b5, bishop b3, good. So he's pressuring your pieces, but he can't win them, and you're already a piece up. And he also can't castle because of that other bishop on a3. Okay, now he's blundered a pawn.
Yeah, so this move right here, is there any reason why he played that, or is that just a shit move all around?
It's a shit move all around.
Okay. I imagine maybe he wants to take bishop with bishop, might be his thought. I don't know.
Yeah, but then you have an intermediate move you could make. Okay, he doesn't do that. Now, again, prioritize the immediacy. What is his most annoying piece?
Oh, well, right now that knight on d4. That's a good spot for the knight to be.
Get it the hell out of there so that we can clear our head and think. Also, he loses another piece, but I don't know if you actually see that at this point. He's just blundered another piece.
By him moving that knight, he's blundered a piece?
Yeah, but go ahead and remove the vermin.
Okay, so what I was thinking of, I was just going to push my c-pawn up. I was going to go c3, which also...
I do that when you can take the knight.
I guess I was just thinking a little longer term where I could develop my queen going out to the c diagonal, or up to the diagonal through that c2, but maybe that's not worth.
It's not worth it, and once you take the knight, you will see why it's best to take the knight. Whenever you capture a knight like this, you have to understand the consequences. He can only capture the knight with a pawn, right? Because, well, never mind. Apparently he thinks better.
Yeah, he's blundered. He's just blundered his bishop with that.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Had he taken the knight with a pawn, he would have opened up the e-file. You could have put a rook on the e-file and won his bishop anyway.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's why it was better to take instead of... Okay.
Understanding, reminding yourself, one of the key takeaways from today's session, reminding yourself to check how the position changes when there is some sort of capture. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Any capture in the center of the board especially, are there any files that are opened? Are there any pieces that are left undefended? Are there any squares that I can now occupy? Stuff like that is something you have to sort of mechanistically check for. Right. Yeah, he's just cursing his fate right now. He also can't castle either side because both bishops, like respectively, the dark and the light squared bishop, are stopping him from castling short and long.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, this is a really nice position to be in. So I'm thinking of follow-ups right now. Since my queen's still on this diagonal where I can deliver a check, I'm just trying to see where I would go from there.
And you can actually, you're actually thinking in the right direction. Don't tunnel vision this.
Yeah.
Old Charlie would just move the bishop, but the new you can actually take this one step further, and you can counterattack him and make a stronger threat.
Yeah, so I think this is still my original idea, right? I haven't finished, like, processing where it goes from here, but delivering that check over there at h5, he blocks with... What'd you say?
Go ahead. You can do that first, and sorry to interrupt. So he blocks with a pawn, and then we'll think.
Yeah.
But this is a good move. Now think about where you can drop this queen to make another threat. Look at the whole board. Don't just look near his king side.
Yeah. So I can threaten that rook all the way back there at a8, which is what I looked at. And then also, even if he moves that rook, that still gives me a hanging pawn that I can attack on f6.
Bingo. And that's exactly why giving the check on h5 is such a good idea preliminarily, because you soften up the f6 pawn. That is called provoking a weakness. That is a seriously high-level idea. Now collect.
Yeah, so now he's fucked up. He didn't even see this, which is nice.
Yeah, but he's already fucked either way. Now you take not only one rook, and he resigned. Yeah. What a beautiful game. So... to finish off, there's a couple of observations I want to make here. I can invite you to an analysis board, but this was amazing. Unless you want to play one more game in lieu of that.
No, you can toss me it. I want to see what maybe I missed.
Yeah, so there's this is like again, the next level of chess understanding. You're not giving these guys any chances. But there's a few things I wanted to clarify. Okay, inviting you right now. Okay, invited.
I'm in. Thanks for the bits, big
basically,
insert.
Yeah, so d3, this move makes sense now, right? You have to lend support to this pawn.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure what was concerning you here, but like bishop b3 just takes the pawn.
Yeah, I guess
you take the pawn, he just takes the queen and takes the pawn. Now he's forking these other two pawns. This is just bad for white.
Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure. I guess I was just so preoccupied with now my bishop's hanging because I didn't have that support.
Right. So still another form of like tunnel vision, one could say.
Yeah.
Like you see the bishop being hanging, you're like, I have to drop my bishop. But forcing yourself to look at the whole board here, like, the usual.
Mm-hmm.
So takes. So here, there's two things. Again, I think sometimes in your mind, you overestimate the development of the bishops to g5 and b5. This was not one of those cases because luckily you can retreat the bishop back to d2. But normally you want to be careful about a move like this, which can be just blocked by a pawn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I would have done here is just castled. And the idea is very simple. If he takes on c3 with a knight, you can fork this knight and another pawn. Which queen move does that job? I mean, you only have two of them.
Yeah, we're just going to e1 right away.
Yeah, now you take on e5, and his king gets opened up, and he's not castled yet. I could even delay taking this pawn and go bishop a3 with the idea of stopping him from castling. So this is what's called compensation. This is when you've sacrificed a pawn, but you have so many advantages in return that it's more than worth. So I would do this, and that's because I've played so many of these games that to me, when I see a threat against my pawn, I like brush it off like a bug on my shoulder. It's like not a problem. So I draw the line at threats against my pieces. When a bishop is being threatened, then I bat an eye. When a pawn is being threatened, oftentimes you can just go along with your business. Okay. But this move was amazing. This move was amazing. c4, bishop b4. This is truly an advanced idea. So you've been finding more of these, which is great.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I was pretty proud of that one. I actually calculated that shit kind of deep, so I'm glad it panned out that way.
Did. And you saw this unorthodox development of the bishop, which is great. So one last thing I want to point out about this game is that why is bishop a3 better than bishop b4? So this is this concept of contact. What you see is, well, he can't take my bishop with his knight because I take the queen. But again, this is a case where I'm thinking in the long run, and maybe you're thinking a little bit in the short term. See, I'm envisioning a scenario where let's say he pushes this bishop away from b5. Let me give you an example. Let's say the same thing would have happened as in the game. a6, bishop a4, b5, and you bring the bishop back to b3. Now you see the drawback of putting the bishop on b4. What is it?
Yeah, no, he just takes the bishop.
He just takes the bishop. So I'm taking care again of my future self, but just tucking it away in a square where it's not making contact with any of my opponent's pieces. It's done its job. It's taken the knight. Now tuck it away. Park it somewhere safe, away from the danger. And other than that, I mean, everything was great. Bishop, queen h5 was a great check. Provoking g6. You could have gone queen f3 immediately, but this is even stronger. The last thing I want to mention is in this position, this will, I think, be a good way to finish off in the theme of today's concepts. White to play and checkmate in two moves. Don't tunnel vision this pawn on f6. You have something even better.
Yeah, so I'm thinking instead of taking this pawn, he's moved his rook, so I'm not winning rook. Is it bringing the queen over here to c6? I deliver a check. That now, yeah, that forces him here, and then this is checkmate, right? Bingo,
nice. And you saw that instantly once again. That's just representative of the improvement. Queen f3, queen c6, and instead he resigned because you actually, to add insult to injury, take another rook.
Yeah.
And then you're up a million pieces. So I'm thinking next time we can work a little bit on your technique and sort of revisit where that is. Winning these types of positions a little bit more smoothly, I think you need some work in that area. But the order of operations, so to speak, has gotten much better. Your crispness with tactics is incomparably better. And I think, yes, if you get a chance to solve some problems on your own, checking those checkmate boxes, I think that's the area where I think you need maybe the most improvement. But by and large, I mean, amazing. I think the combination you produce in the beginning and this game as well, it's going great. I think you're very much prepared for Twitch Rivals. You are participating in Twitch Rivals, right?
Yeah, I am.
So I don't even know my own role. I think it'll be a bit of a free for all with the streamers, but I think you're very much well prepared, and maybe we can fit one more session in. But if not, obviously there's PogChamps too, and we'll be in touch. So how do you feel? How how was the session for you? Do you have any questions? Anything on your mind?
No, man, it's always fun and informative. I think you're a great teacher, and it's always a good time, man. Are you gonna be doing more of your goofy fucking anime dances tonight?
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
go for another 30 minutes or so.
All right. Yeah, I'll probably keep going as well.
Yep. Yeah, sounds great. So process all of that. A lot of stuff to internalize. Well, you have a fantastic rest of your stream, and
Awesome.
very good work today. I'm rough on the exterior, but I'm fucking proud. So that's
Thanks.
the third.
Appreciate it,
All
man.
right, Charlie. This is great. Have a great rest of your stream and a great night.
You too, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, we'll be in touch. Sounds great. Bye.
All right, see ya. Thanks to the resub oatmeal and the prime Delandre. I'll play a few more. If I can get a win streak going, I'll go for 1K tonight in the pool, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna go fill up my water. Don't worry, team. I'm back in it. Thanks for the resub, oatmeal. Are you invited for PogChamps too? I don't know. I don't. I'm in Twitch Rivals. I don't know about PogChamps too. I mean, I fucking won the consolation bracket, so I'd like to be in PogChamps too, but it's up to them, man. They might want a whole different lineup, which would make sense instead of just having the same people playing every time. Oh, Jesus. I misread what opening he was doing. That's my bad. Shit. Rough. Thanks to the tier 1 real Papa John's. Man, I really fucked this up. I was supposed to take first. Okay, we'll do it this way then. Blocks my bishop, but that's okay. He cuts off this potential pin anyway, which is fine. Yeah, I think at this point I just want to push this pawn and take with knight. I'm not sure. This is a wild and wacky one. Fuck checkers. Checkers is a lame chess game. It's like chess, but for babies. Checkers has been solved? What do you mean? Like there's a tactic to it where it's just been broken wide open now or something? Is there a reason to chase off that bishop? That pin doesn't do much. Thanks to the prime Jace. I mean, I could make a developing move for my knight here. And take with knight and still hold this. I'm not sure. I'm just going to do it this way. And I can't take with my knight, but now I can develop my knight. Okay. Do I want to develop bishop first? Attacking the knight? No. Man, I have just not developed at all. I made one fucking mistake in the beginning and I'm really paying the price for it. I doubt he'll do it. Well, no, he did. No matter what side I castle on, it's going to be weak now, though. And that's the problem. Ideally, I could win this knight back at some point, or I could win this knight at some point, but I need to get a good attack on this, which is why I wanted to initially bring my knight over here to d7 to hold this. I'm not sure what that's looking for. Deliver a check at b4, I just block with knight. This knight can't move now, otherwise he gives me the bishop. He can't check me here, I just take with queen. Okay. If I had checked him here, I don't win anything out of it. It's just a worthless check. It just blocks with a pawn. Thanks to the resub cum stick. I disagree. I think checkers is a game for baby boys. It's a baby boy game. I think putting rook on the open file. Looking at this pawn. Oh, thanks for the long time of watching. Christery. Thanks for the resub skate. Cane Toad Invasion. That sounds pretty intense. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, CJ. Damn, man, you've been very generous. Appreciate it. By him throwing that pawn up, he's now given me h6 to attack his rook. But in doing so, I give up the ability to take this bishop when he moves this knight. Thanks for the prime, Squiddle. He's also no longer defending this knight. Did that give up anything on my end? He can't deliver this check. He has no moves to... Okay, I don't see the point of that move. Just block with a knight. Thanks for the prime cannon. Protecting the knight by bringing the queen up. Did that force any weaknesses anywhere? I don't think so. I'm taking too much time. I can't move this because of bishop, so I can't come here. I'll just chase off bishop. I don't think there's any other immediate threats. Okay. Take with queen. Right. Fuck, I can't believe... Oh, I didn't even see that. I forgot that I was defending that. Ugh, that's fucking rough. I totally forgot that I was defending that fucking pawn. Needed to take with king. Shit. Okay. Oh, it's pinned. Damn, this guy's popping off. This game's just over. I'm just making empty moves. He'll come here for a check with queen. Oh, I see. So now he just wants to start taking pieces. He gets one queen, and he thinks he wins the game, huh? Shit. Well, thanks to Prime Chaos. Fuck. Thanks to the tier 1 afterbirth and the prime 1 dirty. Damn, I can't believe I fucked that up. This guy didn't do a very good job. Thanks for the bits, Beezy. Come on, little pawn. Tough. That's what one mistake will do to you. Oh, whoops. Well, that's whatever. I didn't want to play that right away. The standard 4 knights, baby. I feel like I have a better move than just playing d6. Maybe I should have played d4 before then. Maybe I play d4 now. d4 now, if he takes knight with knight, I put a pawn right here and I attack this knight anyway. play that. We'll play it a little more aggressive this time, since I fucked up last time. Or maybe I should take back with the bishop. Nah, putting a pawn on that post is better. Bishop wouldn't make any sense. Still attacking. And now it's back to development. What's that looking for? Is he looking for d5? I think he's just looking for d5. I'll cut it off. I don't see where else he'd be looking to go. He can no longer block this with a pawn. This, oh, come on. He's gonna have to move queen to g3. If I play this, he can't take because then I win his queen. Is there any other threat that I might be missing? I don't think so. He only has one square, which is the g3. Yeah, and he sees it. But that queen is locked into that position for now. This knight can't do anything that I see. He could have... no, that wouldn't have worked. Okay, he's weakened kingside now, which is nice. Bringing bishop here. The only reason I kind of like this play is if he lets me have it, he has to take with this pawn, and then I can push this pawn for a discover check. I just don't know if that's a good play. Let's see. I bring bishop here. He takes with knight, let's say, instead of the bishop. I take with pawn. He wouldn't obviously take with the bishop. And now my pawn's in a bad spot. I'm already down to 5 minutes. I'll try it. I want to see how this plays out. In my head, this seems fine. Ultimately, what I'd like to do is get this pawn to take on here. I have 2 defenders. He has 2 attackers. So I come out on top of this if he comes in. Take, 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 take. Okay. That's exactly what I was hoping for. And by that I mean that's not really what I wanted, but it's what we got. I wanted to be the one to take, so he'd take with his pawn, which frees this up for me to get a nice discover check going. There's the prime average time, boys. Having this pawn here, though, is kind of nice, because if he doesn't take it, which he obviously won't, I just push it up and I attack. Okay, he sees it. I can bring knight here to attack. Queen. Is this even a good play, though? Bringing knight here, it attacks the queen. Queen has a million places to move. I mean, my knight has nothing defending it unless I push a pawn up. I'm just going to play this. I'm going for this cheesy little checkmate. I mean, if I do play knight here, it defends this and attacks this. I wonder if he recognizes that. So this move both protects me from checkmate and it attacks that queen. Right? I'm not missing anything. H5 attacks queen. I'm not in danger anywhere, am I? No. This seems fine. Protecting, attacking. Now he has to move that queen. Okay, so he's holding this and attacking this. That was a bad move, actually. Because I can't take that bishop. And if I move knight, he checkmates me. I just gave up that knight. That was fucking bad. Yeah, I just have to push up this pawn now. Now my king's even more weak. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. That's a fucking shame. That is a real fucking shame. That play looked good in my head. I don't like this position. My king's just fully exposed now. Thanks to the resub consume bees. What is that move looking for? Can't take this. Can't come here. Unless he's looking to drop queen here and come here. Maybe. Setting up a 2-move combination. Here for checkmate. So I think bishop. I obviously don't want to take knight with queen. If I bring bishop here and he moves queen, I take knight, he takes with bishop, and I'm still fine. Well, no, because then my queen's threatened. That doesn't work very well. Thanks for the resub, Exma. Oh. Why did this happen? I just changed this. I'm down to 2 minutes. I'm taking way too much time. Can't put rook here, unfortunately. I can put queen here to cut it off, because I'm pretty sure that's what he wants to do, is move that queen over. I'm pretty much out of time. So, I'm just going to play fast.
Come, friends.
Appreciate it, Daniel. Thank you, man.
Fate shall open.
This isn't a very good game to tune in on.
I've been waiting for you, friends.
Thanks for the raid, man. You've climbed to 680 this week. Congrats, bro. And thanks for the long time of watching, Waveless. And the Prime, Bean Man. I really wish my initial plan on this side of the board panned out where I could get the discover check through the pawn. But he didn't take. I'm pretty sure the reason he played this knight move here was to look for a checkmate by dropping queen here and coming here, but I'm not positive. So this move was just to preemptively cut that off. It looks like that's what he wanted. But I'm so fucking low on time. Why did I do that? I forgot that I'm looking at this part. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Just take. I don't have enough time to think it through. Not worth being attacked now. Bad play all around. Bishop's being attacked. Can't go here to protect it. Gotta go here. 55 seconds. Jesus Christ. I'm not taking his knight with my rook. I'd lose my rook. I need to cook up something fancy fucking quick. Take here, get the king out. Can't deliver a check or anything. So that's kind of worthless. That hangs a pawn. H2 wouldn't be checkmate. He has a retreat square. He has this. So I need to cut that off with this, but it's protected by a rook right now, so I can't. Man, I really fucked this game up, man. Can't do this. Well, yeah, I have to. It hangs that pawn, but I'm out of time. 14 seconds. I'm totally down to draw. I have 12 fucking seconds, bro. I'm fine with that. That's pinned. Fuck. I should have done that with the bishop. I just didn't think it through. Oh. God damn it. You could have taken his other rook. Yeah, but that's worthless for me. I needed to find a checkmate. I had 14 seconds. Thanks to the prime, formulating. And I don't know, some penguin. I don't know, turn on some shitty old anime or something. That might help. Damn, can't believe I fucked that up. Thanks for the resub, Nova. That's the power of one mistake, man. No, wait, I should have castled there. Still, I mean, I still can. Cuts off this pin, which isn't really that good in the first place. I really need to just stop playing the pin in general. So what's the second most active square for me? Take. I don't know if that's worthwhile. Good luck, Penguin. Thanks, man. Hope you have some luck falling asleep. Let's just do it. Plant my pawn here. I'm taking too much time already. I did not expect that. What's he looking for with that? If he takes, it develops my queen. I don't really need to push this pawn up to force it. Okay, 2 attackers here, 2 defenders here. This is now completely open. I could plant my bishop here, and then maybe look to get a play going on this side. I don't know if that's worth. It doesn't really seem very powerful. Does he just want to fuck up pawn structure? I'm not sure. I'm not going to think too hard right now. I just lost on time twice. Well, first game wasn't really time's fault. Is that like a good check? Thanks for the tier 1 solemnity. Doesn't seem like a good check. Now all he's done is put his queen right in the middle of this crosshair. If I do this, it hangs that pawn. I can't protect it by bringing bishop up to e4 or e6 or anything. There's a pawn there protecting that. I guess just protect it with rook. Bring rook here, it protects both of them. It's not threatened by anything. Thanks for the resub, Cola. Thanks, man. Yeah, g7 pawn is open, but I don't get anything out of it. That's the thing. I take this, and then he takes this, and I'm in check. And then he can take this with the knight, and I'm fucked. I think this is just the better play. Why would I don't understand why I would take pawn. God, I'm taking too much time. Let's see, let's calculate it out. I take pawn on g7. It's not a check or anything. He takes my pawn on h3. I'm in check. Now what? Now I have to move. He then takes pawn with knight. I can't take back. You know what? Fuck it. Fine. Let's see what happens. I'm curious now. He takes here. I'm forced to move here. He takes here. I can't take back. But then I deliver a check. And then he takes here. Oh, it is forced. Man. Yeah, I shouldn't have listened to chat. It's fine. It was my own decision to do this play. He takes with queen, I take with rook, he takes with king. It's just an overall losing position to be in. Wow, he didn't do it. That's interesting. Can't deliver this check because of this little bastard. I'm gonna fish for a little something here. See how it goes. He has mate in 1. That's not mate. He doesn't have mate in 1 because I still have this square. Oh. Damn. But I can't take back because my fucking bishop I haven't developed yet. Son of a bitch. He just delivers another check. And then my bishop's locked back here. Oh, this is mate now. No, I take with rook. No, it's not. I'm fine. I bought myself another turn. That could do it. Check. I mean, does it though? Does this work? If I take this pawn, which is now hanging, that frees up my a1 rook. So if he drops here, I take... Maybe I deliver a check first. Let's see what happens if I do a check. Let's see if I can find a nice progression or something here. Which I won't, but... That's not a good idea. This would disrupt it, but it'd be just a general bad idea. Ooh, I didn't even look at that check that he can deliver there. That gives me 1 usable tile. This guy's making it awfully difficult for himself. Next to the prime culminator. Go closer in. Make him check me on the dark tiles. Take. Can't deliver another check now. Didn't even see that check. Fuck. Damn. I didn't see that one at all. Fuck! Oh well. It's tough. It's fucking tough. Hey, he gave me a rook. I'm going for a draw. How do I clean this up? I guess here. No, that's not it. Fuck, how do I clean up these pawns? I only have 2 minutes to get this draw. I don't mind if he takes mine. I just need to collect his. That protects mine as well anyway. Thanks to tier 1 Deville. This forces my rook out. Damn, he's gonna get a pawn, but I'll grab one too. He didn't go for this pawn. Well, that just trapped me. I thought he was just gonna take this pawn. I didn't even think of that. Now I can't put that check. I can't take this. I fucked myself real good. Shit. I can't believe I fucking... I can't believe I didn't see that. I don't think there's a way out of this. Maybe pushing this pawn. Can't... It's gonna take literally 3 moves to get that pawn. I can't put him into check. He just takes with the queen. What is wrong with you? Alright. Well, I at least need to get a piece out of this. opposition. Oh, I guess that doesn't work in this. Yeah, I can see why that wouldn't work. He still had a pawn on his other side. It's a draw as long as I can take this pawn. I guess I really shouldn't just go for that. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Let it ride. I'm out of time. I don't know what else to do. Man, I can't believe I fucking did that. I shouldn't have gone for that earlier fucking rook play on that hanging pawn. I knew I was gonna regret even believing for a second that chat had a decent idea. What the fuck is the point of that? Thanks to the resub, Migs. Oh. I see. One of these plays. Well, I can't castle to defend it now. What's the right play then? Is it just moving the rook? I don't want to use queen to defend it for obvious reasons. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to defend this. It's d5. Why is it d5? I push pawn to d5. He takes with pawn, I take with knight, he takes with bishop, and we're in the same spot, and I'm down a piece. Why would it be d5? Oh, because I still have queen defending it, right? I haven't moved my queen here. Yeah, maybe d5 is the right play. Can't take this knight. Attack. Thanks to the resub, Billy May, and the bits Scarl, Frozen, and Roadhouse, and the Prime Spoop, and Coolest Dog. That's the right move. Deliver a check here doesn't get me anything, he just blocks with bishop, which is kind of worthless. Trading bishops there, I'm in a much worse position, and it gives him an excuse to develop. I can just put knight on this, but then he's just going to bring this pawn up. Well, maybe just chase that knight away. Push. This knight's not doing too much. He has really nowhere to go. Thinks he has to retreat. But I'm just not developing at all. Okay, I mean, I guess you can go there. I can't take because of bishop. That's not that big of a deal. You know, I could come here with the knight, which blocks that bishop, and I wonder if he'd notice. So let's see, if I did that, I come here, I block this, I'm also attacking a hanging pawn, so I come here, this cuts that off, let's say he takes, I take, that knight has to fall back. Is there anything else he could possibly look to do from this position? Can't come here. Looking to trade bishop for knight maybe and prevent me from castling. Appreciate the 10 gift subs, Roadhouse. Thank you, man. You can't come here because of bishops. That just doesn't work. I'm going to try this. Well, no, if I do this, then that's protected by bishop. Fuck, I'm taking so much time on every move again. I'm falling into the same problem. Yeah, time is just not my friend in this game, bro. Okay, then we'll do it this way. I'll cut this off here. We'll cut it off with the pawn. This knight now has to move. He can't come here for a fork. Protected by bishop. Stopped with this. And this is protected by this. Okay, yeah. Now, can I finally fucking develop now? Am I finally in a position where I can look to develop? It's not really setting up for much of anything. I'm just gonna play it anyway. I only have 4 minutes already in 9 moves. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the gift sub, Chase. Castle, I'd like to do the same. Okay. Well, that stops me from doing that. Attack. Can't go there, can't go there. That's hanging. Oh, fuck. Man, I'm just playing like dog shit now. Guess I just take this then. Was there any way to protect that too? Maybe. You dumb fuck from Jiggly Ziggly. Should have done it before. Oh, yeah, I guess maybe. Yeah. Well, I didn't see it. It is what it is, man. Shit, I don't know. I don't know, man. This has just been rough now. I'd really like the castle. What's that looking at? I can't do that off the castle. What? What am I missing? Does that do anything to stop me from castling? Are you just giving me this bishop? Does this stop my castle at all? I don't know. I can't really think it through. I mean, that looks fine. The rook. I didn't even see the fork. I should have just fucking castled. Oh my god, my queen. Never mind. Oh my god, what is going on? This is just rough, man. This is really fucking rough. What happened? These games were so smooth the last couple times I played. Now I just can't do shit. I'm taking 2 minutes a turn. The same shit again. Thanks to tier 1 junk in the resub. Linguini. He just moves his queen up. This doesn't seem worth. Let it ride. We'll see what happens. It doesn't matter. As long as I play fast. That's all I care about right now. Thanks to the Prime Banana and Boopy. And then he develops his bishop instead. Makes sense. Take, retreat. Or do I want to take, threaten? Nah, if I do that, then I'm trying. Well, no, I can still come back. What do I take with? I think I take with bishop. Take, threaten. Let's try it. I can come here if he doesn't bring the queen up. He brings the queen up. The madman. Maybe take again. If I do that, that frees up the D file. Take, G file's freed up. I'm gonna do that. This looks nice. Okay. Putting a knight here, taken by knight. Take, attack. I think now we just go back to development. Push. Damn. He beat me to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Pawn's glued right now, so I need to move queen. Maybe moving queen here. Moving queen here just gets taken by knight, so that check's worthless. But it is something to keep in mind. Thanks for the gift sub, CJ. Okay, let's just do this pin. Develop the bishop with tempo. as they say. Looking at this. Okay. Knight's protecting that. Maybe I should have just gone immediately from bishop here to knight here. Well, no, because then he just takes and then I'm just down. That wouldn't have been a good play in the first place, actually. That would have been bad. That would have been pretty stinky. How do I remove that knight? And no pawns I can stick on it. I'm taking a lot of time again. Maybe look on this side of the board. I'm gonna cut that off. I'll just do that preemptively. Dude still has 9 minutes. Oh, I just ripped mad ass right there. God, that was a fat ass rippage. And he just pushes pawn. I come here and he just pushes pawn. You can look for a play deep. Oh, I didn't even see the fork. Yep, I didn't see that. Jesus Christ. Well, these are some rough fucking games. What if I bring knight here now? No, he just wins that entirely. It's literally two. I don't know how I protect both the queen and the rook. There's no way. Alright, let's just look for an attack. I don't even know what attack to fucking look for. If I push this up and look to drop bishop here and come this way, it's not going to be a mate, and I can't even chase down a mate. Thanks to the Prime Bay. Don't see what that does. What is this for? Doesn't matter. Let it ride. I'm gonna try a little something. Thanks for the Prime, Nevitt. I just get en passanted in that case. If he knows how to en passant. Take. Now I can escape. Thanks to the Prime Zone. Don't see what that's for. Stack. Thanks to the Prime, Nightman. Definitely thought for sure he was just gonna take. I'm actually fucking shocked. Alright. Can't take this hanging pawn until that moves, so I need to somehow make a move to get that off. Sack the knight. Take. It doesn't change anything on my board. I'm gonna try something a little unconventional. Two attackers. Yeah, but I think I can start delivering something kind of fierce here in a second. $29 seconds. Shit. I don't know. Send it. Let's try my plan. Well, the semblance of one. Man, he saw it. Dude's a tactical genius. Well, I've lost 1 game to checkmate and 3 to time. Damn. Oh, shit. Sure, I'll rematch that. Fuck. Thanks for the prime sharts. And the resub walking bogue. I don't really trust myself in an in-game situation right now, but let's try this. Immediately broke it. My man. I was gonna play this after that. He's feeling himself. He's fucking feeling himself. I thought he'd break it or push it away with a pawn. Castle long, I think now. Keep bishop here till he chases it away. Develop knight. Thanks for the gift sub, stupid. Man, I should have developed the knight first. Now he's got the good square. Attacking my queen. What's the best tile? Probably just dropping it over here at e3. Yeah. Now he's chasing out bishop. Hold it. Keep it locked down. Oh, you can't push this pawn for a fork, so I'm not too concerned there. He could bring this knight over here now, though, which I just noticed. He cut this off for my knight, which sucks. I mean, not with this move, but in general, this is cut off, so I can't do my knight play that I wanted because he has this here. I guess just cut this off. So push this to cut that off would be my guess. Even though it's not like he gets a whole lot out of this. What about dropping knight? Or maybe just pushing up knight and trading. Push. Take. Well, actually, and take with bishop in this case. Let's just do that. Let it ride. We'll see what happens. As long as I'm playing fast. Well, relatively speaking, that was a minute. What was the point of that move? So I take. He takes, maybe? Because then I'm trapped, right? No, I'm not. What was the point of this? That frees this up so I can even get an attack on the rook right away. He has to take, because this would be check. He'll block in check. What do you mean? I'd imagine he'd just take, right? If I did this. Because it's check, he has to take. I don't see what the problem is with this. Now I'm attacking that rook. That rook's got to move. I still have plenty of retreat squares for my bishop. Can't take, protected by knight. Can't do anything with this because my queen's not in play here. So I just drop it all the way back to here. If he takes, I take, which isn't great, but it's all I have. It's the only square. Could have forked rook king. Are you dumb? He pushed this up when my bishop was here. So to fork rook and king, I would have needed to do it here, which I could have done if he didn't play this move. And it's still protected by the knight anyway. I don't even know why I even glance at chat for even a second. A genuine waste. Thanks to the tier 1, stroking macaque. God, I'm in a fucking terrible position though. I don't really see what move to play. Can't really get my rook involved. This has fucking 3 pieces on this, so my pushing this up 2 does nothing. I lose in that exchange. Maybe drop queen back and look for a play over here. Maybe. I mean, that's like all I see. I mean, I'm just gonna do that. And then try and get on this side of the board to start stacking my rooks. He'll probably just... I didn't expect that. So he's castled on the side that I'm actually attacking, which is nice. And he's just given this defense up. He's gonna have to drop bishop to protect it. He can't be protected by a pawn. Now I can play this, pushing this up. Now I have take. I'd come out on top. He's now protecting it with the bishop. He has 1 less defender on this now. Thanks to the tier 1 suspect taken in the resub Ghost King. Okay, so he didn't take. That was the right play. I take. He takes. I can't take back. But if he does that, it's going to be mate. So he has to take with the queen. Yeah. That puts me in check, which is going to force a queen trade. Is the queen trade worth it for me here? I think so, because I have a rook on an open file attacking the king, so I actually think that's for the best. Because if I take, the only thing he can take with is this pawn. But the question is, do I want to just block it? Because I can push this pawn up. That'll break it. And then if he takes with his pawn, well, if he takes with his pawn, I'm still fucked. Just trade it. I don't have time to think. I'll see how this goes. I'll trade the queens. Now I have an open file here. Let's stack these. I need to get this bishop off so I can checkmate down here, but I can't yet. So I need to figure out a way to get the bishop away. Which I think is going to start... Okay. He's giving himself a retreat square. How is this gonna work? I'm not sure. Fuck! I don't know. I only have a minute. I'm just gonna make an empty move. I don't know. Is he gonna try and free this up for? Oh, Jesus. So he's trying to free up this even potential here, which I couldn't even figure out how to pull off in the first place. So that's not like it matters to me. He actually might have made it easier for me if I come down here. And then if I bring this rook here, he can't take anymore. But I don't get a whole lot out of the position either. Do I just do this? I actually think I have to. I only have 57 seconds. I have 38 seconds. Let's keep that there. I just made the same fucking mistake. It's already over. I just gave up. I'm just letting it in, man. I was not gonna draw this. I'm so tired of coming down on time and doing shit like that. It happens in every game. Every game, I just come down on time. I had so much momentum with actually playing fast, and now I just can't do it. I actually just can't fucking do it anymore. I'm gonna fall under 900 tonight, I can already see it. What is this? I don't get it. Let it ride. Thanks, Macaque. And thanks for the prime, Keaton. I didn't even see I gave that up, to be honest. What position does he want out of this? This hanging pawn? Oh. Here, take with bishop. I think that's the only way of protecting it, right? Thanks to prime, Prostian. If I push this D pawn up, what happens? Let's see. I push D pawn up. What did that do for him? I can still put my rook on B8 here. It's got an open file. Cuts this off. I think I'll just continue development. I have to pee real fucking bad. Thanks to the prime. Grabbage can. Is there any reason why I wouldn't play this? I push, he takes, I take. I'm attacking, I win this. And if he takes, I win a queen. Push. Does he have another attacker? Or defender? Because he can't push this pawn up anymore to defend it. Take. Take. This has to move, he can't take because I have a queen on it. Attacking this. God, I have to piss real bad. Okay, attacking queen. Doesn't change anything, I just bring queen up one and I still hold the exact same position. He's not threatening anything else. I don't know. I'm not gonna look too thoroughly, to be honest. I've taken way too much fucking time. Thanks to the Prime Frosty. In Cyberburn. Oh, he's not. Yeah, he added another defender with the knight. Damn. But the problem with that is if he takes with that pawn, yeah. I take, he takes with pawn, he holds pawn there. And leave it at that. Nah, that's not good. He's up a pawn anyway, that's not really a good trade. I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't want to think too hard. He takes with pawn, holds pawn there. Thanks to the resub sharp. Okay, he can keep pawn there. I can attack this pawn on the open B file here. Or I can just do this. And then just come in. Which might be better. I mean, he probably just pushes this pawn up, though. Which is still fine for me since that involves my knight now. God, I have to pee like a motherfucker. Alright, I'm actually gonna piss my pants. I'm gonna pee. I've been good on time, I'll be fine. Oh, alright, I'm back. What'd I miss? He's added another defender. My man. He just did this, right? It doesn't really change much. Just do this. I don't know. Thanks to the resub, Poo Flakes. I'll just push this pawn up. Yeah. Let's just do the classics. Protected. Bishop wasn't active in this anyway. He just blocks with a pawn. If he pushes this pawn up, though, okay. That knight wasn't doing too much for him, so it's not like bad for him or anything. He blocked that pin. This is now protecting this, so I can't go there anyway. Maybe a rook lift, bring rook up here to b6, and then look to crash in through here with my bishop protecting it, so he can't just take with queen. My knight's not doing much. Bring it to an active square. Bring it to here. And then here, I'm still not attacking anything or doing anything. This feels kind of worthless, actually. I'm gonna do it just because, well, I don't know what else to do. And I'm low on time. Thanks for the resub, Hazard. Hey, well, I hope things look up for you soon, Kiwi. He's not going to keep bishop here. There's no chance at all. So I'm just going to start looking over in this direction. I'll just push queen up. Or he just moves bishop outright. Now he's attacking my rook. So just block with a pawn, right? Yeah, it didn't free anything up, so I just block with a pawn. Charlie, you have a fork. If you're talking about this fucking thing, this is not a fork. He just takes it with the bishop. That's not a fork. This is also not a fork. He just takes it with the knight. I'm taking way too much fucking time. Okay. Holds him there. Now it's a fork. That piss actually cost me, what, 2 minutes? Damn, I took a long fucking piss. I'd be in a good position otherwise. What is a fork? Attacking multiple pieces. Regardless of what he does, he's losing one of these. Obviously, he's going to move this queen, so he's losing a rook. I actually have a pretty big brain plan in mind, though. If he moves his queen here... So here's my big brain plan. Since he moved his queen here, I'm not just going to take the rook. I'm going to take this pawn, which is still a fork. I'm still attacking the queen and the rook. So I'm still winning a rook, but I'm getting a pawn as well. Thanks for the gift sub, Cyberburn. Okay, so I'm still getting this rook. Where is it? Does this threaten anything? This threatens here. Okay, just stop thinking. Just stop. I don't have enough time for that. Thanks, Mac Daddy. So I can't take back with this pawn, but there's nothing else I can really do here, right? I can't threaten an attack on his queen again, so I just have to move this rook over here. I don't have time to think, I really don't. If he goes for this, I mean, I'll trade queen for 2 pieces, I'm fine with that. I'm not too concerned on that. Because I am up a rook anyway, so trading queens is great, especially when I'm getting an extra bishop for it too. So if he wants to do that, I'll do it. I'm totally fine with that, but I don't think he's going to. Man, if I didn't take that piss, I would be up on time right now. Okay. Is he not doing it? He's just gonna give me a bishop for a pawn? That was the plan? Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm up a rook, so that is an absolutely fine trade for me. Let's stack. Actually, let's do a rook lift. Get over here. I'll protect it for now, but I don't really want to. What I want to do is I want to play this, and then I want to take. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna play this. If he takes my rook, I take his rook. Okay, so I'm still in a good position. I didn't see that. Fuck. I tunnel vision for mate. I tunnel vision for mate. I just fucked it. Oh, I got worried about time and I just looked for a mate. That'll teach me. That will fucking teach me. I don't even know how to take these pawns, man. I'm in such a shit position here. I don't know how to do this. I have 33 seconds. I'm not gonna win. I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. I just need a draw. Actually, I'll be fine. I win. You can't protect this. You can't do anything with this. Will I have time to get this checkmate, though? I just want to take this pawn to ensure a draw regardless. Okay, cool. Okay, now I can do this. I know how to check with a queen and a king. Or checkmate, excuse me, with a king and a queen. Okay. There we go. Close. I had to fucking work for it because I tunnel visioned for a checkmate and nearly threw it. Thanks for the resub, Johnny boy. Christ. That was fucking close. I hate that it even came down to that, man. What a sad, sad blunder, giving him that fork. Well, I'll take it. That's a good note to end on. I'm calling it a night. Thanks, Grandmaster, and thanks for the Prime Iron. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for the bits, took the square. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. The sub means a lot to me, so enjoy those emotes, and big thanks again for the generosity. And I hope you all have a great night. Daniel already went to bed. Thanks again, everyone, and I'll see you later. See ya.